Hi, hi. Lefe, please calm down. Hello, hi, welcome. God, I'm so freaking cold, dudes. It's supposed to be warm today, but right now it's cold. Anyways, hi. I love the winner today is Duck. Yellow. Hi, Duck. Hi, Gilbert. Hi, Kai. I did take my vitamins. I did. Thank you. Hi, Nova. And that is it right now. Hello, hi, welcome. Freaking cold. I'm Doc. Oh my god, it's so nice to meet you. Oh my god, it's my iPad. My iPad has sound on, and I was like, "Who the fuck is that?" But also the gate was open. Um, let me go here. We are doing a chill day today, so my hair is a mess, and my window is too far open. Let me fix that. It's so cold. I will say I am extremely cold because my hair is still damp. My hair is very wet still. So it is so freaking cold. Can I turn my chair to roll up? Ow. So I can sit. And I'll have Karobi behind me right now. Hello, hi, welcome. We're having a chill day today. Say mess, I say hot mess. Well, still a mess. But we love that. It's freaking cold as hell. Hello, hi, welcome. I hope everyone's well. How was everybody's weekend? Dude, I'm freaking cold as hell. It really is just my hair. Like, my hair is what's causing me to be so cold. My face has been acting up, so I don't have makeup on today. I just put it on lipstick. Which also, my lips have been acting up because I ignored drinking water for like 2 days. So my lips are extremely dry and chapped. Yeah. About Christmas gifts? Hell yeah. Well, that's good. What did I do? Because I worked. Did I do anything else? I had a 6 a.m. shift on Friday. That really threw everything in whack. Outfit. Oh, thank you. I have my favorite pants on today. Okay, it's really freaking cold, Goober, and by that it's just like really chilly, but like I guess I could wear pajama pants. Nobody would argue here. But I have my favorite jeans on. So I do just have jeans on at my desk. But these are like my wide leg jeans. They're really great. I love these. Didn't drink water yet, but you should. Okay? Trying to figure out a good pair of glasses. Ooh, what glasses are you looking at? Like what type of style? What you looking at? I have my computer glasses on. I say computer glasses. It's just the glasses I wasn't confident in, so I kept them here. Hi, Liger. How are you? So that these have just stayed inside. So now they're my glasses for here. I need this open. Good hell yeah. We're talking about you. Oh. Well, you're right. My bad, G. My nails lasted through a shift. They only got chipped a little bit. This one got chipped the most. This nail, though, however, is broken like all the way down, past like halfway down my whole nail, and that's gonna hurt a lot. And I almost cracked it more last night with Cap, and I'm like, oh. That got a bit worse recently. Went from 0.5. Ooh, that's a little bit of a jump. It really do be like that with glasses. Well, let's just say with eyesight. Sometimes it's just like you go good with your eyesight for so long, and then it just plummets. Oversized? Don't like the lower FO. Literally the FOV. No, that's why I used to have. Okay, man, they're not in my room. I could literally go get them. I can show you the era of my glasses. It was also like whatever was trendy at the time. But I used to have those like thin rectangle glasses. And now those were popular at the time. I don't know why the fuck they were popular. Because literally, Goober, I couldn't see shit. I couldn't see shit because there wasn't enough room, which is why I have really big glasses now. Even my other glasses that I normally wear are circle. They look like Harry Potter. glasses. Because, like, I need to see. Even when I go to the movies, at certain, like, I don't have the worst eyesight, it just makes it slightly blurry. So, like, depending on where we sit, if we're a little too close to the screen where I'm like, okay, no, I can see it perfectly fine, I have to take off my glasses because my glasses will block out stuff. The brand of glasses I normally go for, Randy Jackson's. Interesting. The Strictly teacher, yeah. Those were what was popular back when I was in 6th grade, I think. I think it was 6th grade I was in when I got them. But literally, I have them. They were Juicy Couture. I love them. Truth be told, they're really freaking cute. But I had those ones, and then I had another pair. I think they were more styled like Ray-Bans, but I never really liked them because they were a little too thick rimmed. And then I stopped wearing glasses. And it wasn't until I got my Dolce & Gabbana thin rimmed glasses, which are the other ones that I wear daily almost, that I started wearing my glasses again. And then I got these ones and my Gojo ones. You have Borgors. How are you, Kai? You have Borgor. What type Borgor? What on Borgor? I got the geometrical pair right now. Just get lenses changed in. But also, you know, one, good. Reuse those glasses because might as well reuse them if they're still good. But yeah, get yourself another pair. That's what I did when I went to the eye doctors. I ended up getting this pair just to have another updated one because my other ones were perfectly fine. No, actually, I have half a pair right now. That's crazy that you have half a pair. It be that way. It be that way. Gimme, we share the burger. I can't be my strict teacher. Also, do you like the little Harley tail? I drew her last night. There's another emote that I could give you guys if you want. It's a really stupid one. Like, it's really shitty. And it's made awful. But I think it's a running joke here where it's very funny. So if you want it, I can upload it. It just won't load properly because then, like, you have to refresh the page type of shit. So not getting time? It be that way not having time? I need to go to my eye doctor too. They called recently. I have to pay out of pocket when I go to them though, because my insurance doesn't cover it. But I love them. I've been going to that doctor for a while. What is it? Let me go get it. Because I sent it to B and she said she liked it. Boom, boom, boom. For some reason, I drew the face of it really well. That I really like it. I need to learn to draw Harley. I think I just need to do a study and draw Harley. Let me go. There it is. It's gonna be worded weirdly because it needs to be. Okay. If you want the emote, it should be there. You might have to refresh. I'll put it in chat though in a second. Hold on. What a freak. Where are my Twitch emotes? I have a browsing collection on the app, which is pretty good because they are thingy. But I want bigger. You said, yeah, I want more. Oh, there it is. Kai, I think you would like this emote. I exploded. I exploded. I need to fix the explosion because it looks more like fire. But it can sit there temporarily till I fix that. So that's fine. Just want today. Don't worry, Turna. You focus on work. You lurky no matter what, okay? I love you. Mwah. Explodes. Literally, I was just drawing last night and I was like, what if I just explode? So it's like 2 frames of just my little guy and then it just explode. I think it's so funny. Anyways, that's the other emote. I probably will fix the like explosion, but yeah. It's the only time I have glasses that work with my... I hate you with my fat face. Or either those rectangular ones or the big round ones. So either the rectangular ones that I look like a fat John Lennon, okay, or fat Harry Potter. Well, I will say the Harry Potter ones are better because, like Goomba and I are talking about, you get a bigger FOV. Your FOV gets quite expanded. Can I? Oh my god, I could do this. Is it that way? Okay. I can lean back in this chair. Literally had to have a friend tell me, "Hi, Dee." I gave them the emotes, both of them, because I wanted to see the other one, so I just uploaded it. It was hello, I love you. Oh my god, my thumb fucking hurts. Round looks so much better. Let's see. I need to go to my eye doctor. Oh my god. Sorry, just blinding myself. Jesus. I understand the dark mode now. Middle of finishing up finals. See, you'll be my background eyes. Yeah, you background eyes. Flashbang. Zenny is so bright. The Zenny website is freaking flashbang. Oh my god. Ooh, night driving. I would like a pair of glasses, like retire these from my like computer setup and just use them normally. Because I would like to get a blue light one, but I don't really get headaches, so doesn't really matter. Flashbang. With slightly geometric designs. So like these ones, how these are, hold on. Because these ones are cornered. You can also see that they are slightly dirty. Oh, I have a Christmas tree in the back. I haven't decorated it yet because we actually got our big ones. These ones are a little bit more geometric compared to my other ones that I have. Which is annoying. Oh, that's annoying during finals week, but it's okay. You'll survive because that means you get that over with and you get finals over with. And then the week after, you'd be free. You'd be free. Let me see. I'm not going to lie. I do. Okay. I don't mean to like expensive things, but I'm starting getting back into like, I'm just going to buy this one thing and it will last me a lot longer. So I will buy the one expensive thing and it'll last me longer rather than spending my money on all these small little things and then having to buy them over and over. So I do really like my Dolce & Gabbana glasses and I would like to buy another pair of Dolce & Gabbana. I also would like to buy a pair of Gucci lipstick, which I have a 20% off, so I could get it for $30 instead of $40, which is really like $49, so it's like $50. $50. Does blue ones actually help? By the way, I have mixed opinions. Okay, well, I heard mixed. Sorry, I read that wrong, but they do help. It helps with a lot of people with headaches. And or I have a friend who has to use blue glasses for her computer, but because of something with her eye, with her actual like eyesight and everything, she has to use it because otherwise she gets strain and headaches from that. So I think it does help, but I don't think if you don't necessarily need it and you don't get any pain from being on the computer for too long, I don't think it's going to do anything special for you. It could still help, and it might just be longevity health, but like, yeah, I know some people who get headaches from looking at computer screens for too long, so they have to get the blue light. Yeah, that I think my one friend is the only friend. I don't know if Nikki has any, but only my one friend is the one who actually has a health problem and has to use them. So she has like 2 different pairs of glasses. Let's replace because it'll cost me at least $2. Dude, oh my god, when you get the fucking lenses and then it's like, okay, well, do you want this on it? Oh, and do you want this on it? Oh, and do you want this on it? And it's like, okay, yeah, this was going to be a $10 frame. Now it's $200 because of how much the lenses cost. It's so funny to me. I will pay for all of it because, not all of it, but like a certain amount because I'm like, yeah, okay, I need some of this. Those are really cute glasses. I love a good pair of glasses. I love my Gojo glasses. I get comments on them all the time, and I do love them. Predator. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, let me just look. Ooh, these ones are nice on Zenny. We're gonna go on a little example. Let me find some. These are $12. Do I have an account? Hold on, I'm gonna flashbang myself because this screen's. Do I have an? I should have an account. Sign in. I bought glasses from them before. Oh, my Jesus Christ. My hands are super cold, so I can't type properly, which is gonna be really fun when I play Dying Light. Not. I have to go through the which password is it going to be. Okay. Okay, so let's select one of these lenses. I went to get my dad progressive. Oh, not the progressives. Looked at the lenses chart and lost my mind. Dude, I love buying like the pre-packaged like 5 set of glasses for like the reading ones and everything. Because somebody left them at work and I'm just like, man, someone's not reading, but it's so funny looking at those. Okay. God, I fucking hate the progressives. Because I hate the little thing. Oh my god, but the reading glasses that you can buy from like the store, just like the cheap ones, they're the cheap rectangle ones. And then they have the progressives in it too. And I'm like, you have no space to read. I think the zero charges to 10 initial price for frames? That's crazy. Anti-glare, literally all that. No advance. So much content you gotta do. That's awful. Okay, the glasses I'm looking at, we're just looking at random one I clicked. $12. Single vision. Thank God, single vision. I should be able to fill it out myself. I have my prescription somewhere here on my desk, but I don't remember what it is. My eyesight is not that, man. Oh my god, I don't remember what my eyesight is. Hold on, my account should have it, right? Let's just go look at my last order. 2023, 2024, 2024. Oh my god. So I bought how much were these frames? I think these frames were about like $10, my Gojo ones. It came out to $50 at the end with the lens, and then I got a couple other things because they were sunglasses. Oh, there we go. Okay. I have my specs on that. Yeah, okay, so the glasses were only $12. And then my lenses, because they were tinted and they were polarized and prescription, they were $35. And then I got a $5 add-on for the reflective coating. I hate glass shopping so much. Hi, Goofy Goober. It's late time. Apologies for running fast. Disgusting. Oh, hi, Steve. Stream Sarah buys new glasses. We could. I do want my oh my god, Dolce and Gabbana. Oh my Jesus Christ, I can't speak. It's literally all the add-ons. It's crazy. Wee. Hi, Fox. Treats transitional lenses, to be honest. No, not the goddamn transitional lenses. I do love those, though. Those are kind of cool. Don't push it, nobody fitter. They're basically free frames. Free frames! Old friend did. This survived a huge amount. That's what I'd be looking at, Fox. I'd be asking the same thing. Like, what? Kai, I need to ask you something after stream. Hold on. I'm just going to message you. I'm going to straight up message you, Kai, just saying I need to ask you something after stream. And then one of us will fucking remember. One of us will remember, Kai, okay? They're here. You were late? I was late for what? Stream? Because I was clicking that goddamn start stream button like 5 times and it was not fucking going, and I thought the code, because the first stream I was late by a minute because I was pressing the goddamn fucking button 5 times. Because when I opened up OBS earlier before I started stream, it popped up with couldn't load Twitch, like couldn't load my Twitch outputs on here. And I was like, huh? So then I closed it, reopened it, it loaded all of my chat and activity feed. And then I was pressing the goddamn thing, and then I thought I needed my stream key again and putting that in. Goofy Goober, I'm gonna smack you. No more Putin in here. No more.
Scarl 49 quack, Scarl 49 quack.
Oh, it's like, what the hell? Thank you, Cat, for that. Sorry I didn't see you yesterday. The pack just sent out this Friday. Oh, hell yeah, man. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Putting a chip in your little happiness of your little jokes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I love saying that stupid little fucking I'm sorry. Can I buy Dolce & Gabbana? Do they have brands on here? Or are this just generic Zenny brands? I think it's generic Zenny brands. How do we look at... Hey, Coco, how are you? Also, hi, bud. How are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be on a trip? No, you're going soonish. I don't remember exact dates. I don't remember dates. Time is not real to me currently. I will not lie. Nothing is real. So it'd be that way. Ooh, I finally fucking edited shit yesterday. I like locked in and edited another masterpiece. In my mind, it's a masterpiece because I accidentally lined up a hit of a drum with me smacking my face. So it's great. It's a peak edit because I needed something and I have no content right now to like edit through. That's a lie. I definitely do. Just nothing jingles my jingles. And the Outlast Trials edit I really want to make. It's just going to take a long time. So I'm not going to rush that. I'm going to make that when I make it. I've been banging. I know they have been. I'm so glad people have been liking them. It's so funny because the Arc Raiders one on YouTube, it's just the comments that I got on YouTube for it. It's just so funny to me because it's people just like, oh, this is really good, but you should do this instead. I'm like, no, thank you. And or it's them saying like, you should get Explosion, like go fight a queen. I was like, bold of you to assume I'm brave enough to do that, because absolutely not. Can't catch me anywhere near those things. Those damn those damn robots. I ain't going anywhere near them. Did I send that to you? Yes, I did. What was I looking for? That's all skincare. I do want to look at skincare. Dresses. There's this one brand I adore. But oh my god, I want the dresses so bad. I think I watched it on YouTube. Oh, I met another performer last night because why is there Rick screaming at me? What the hell? Rick from The Mummy, what the hell? No, I don't think I will. I should really respond to them with that because it was just so funny. I just looked at it and I giggle at each one. I'm like, no, I don't think I will. The one that gets me is the one that called Jordy 214, one by his full government online name. Just, I really like that random. And I'm like, oh yes, the random. Couldn't be a friend, couldn't be anything else, just the random. He's now been demoted to the random. What kind? Sundresses? No. I do concur with that, Doc. Sundresses, and when I love sundresses. No, these are like high class, beautiful dresses. I'm really trying to find it because they're really pretty. They're beaded dresses. They're not like just full beads. It's just, where the freak? Where the fuck is it? I'm pretty sure I watched one here and then I watched one on TikTok. But I don't remember which was which. God damn, Jordy 214. Not the 214. I'm gonna start calling him that now. 214. Dress your wear would be beautiful. Real as hell. But it's even better when the dress itself is beautiful. I love this song. Okay. It's all on freaking TikTok then. I was there. I didn't think it was there. Because, like, the dresses itself are genuinely, like, really beautiful. Because there was this, black velvet but like the velvet, like the fabric itself was gorgeous. Oh, all the Warner Brothers edits. Dude, did everybody hear about the Warner Brothers and Netflix thing going on? What would look better? There it is. Goater. Me too. Me too. Yeah, I can't believe that's happening. It's literally so sad. It also makes me so sad seeing people like make edits of Warner Brothers, and I kind of forgot how many movies they have done. Like, of course they've done a lot. They're a big studio, but I forget, like, sometimes I just forget which movies are from which studios because I watched them as a kid. Kid me did not have the knowledge. Irritated about the water tower? The water tower one really, that one's, I agree with that. That kind of made me really upset. Because it's still Warner Brothers. They're just being bought by Netflix. So it's still Warner Brothers. Like, don't just, like, plaster that over that. You want to keep Warner Brothers yet? Yeah. They're buying Warner Brothers, and it's also changing a lot of stuff. And I really hate that it is going to affect movies coming out into theaters. Because it shouldn't. And I adore the theater, but a lot of people stopped going, and a lot of people stopped like buying physical copies, which I have too, but because I have a large collection and I needed to oh no, what is the brand? Annie's busy. Let me see if I can. Okay, I got to the dresses. Hell yeah. I had to take a random guess. It wasn't loading. Good. Hi, Quiet. Hi, Quiet. I love you, Quiet. I love you. Oh my god. I will hydrate. Like, how dare you call me out? You're maybe right, but how dare you? These Cartoon Network DVDs more than ever now? Yeah, really. Okay, this doesn't help with listening to Mamma Mia right now in my ears because I will cry. But like, it just sucks. It's funny because me and a performer were talking last night about a role that has been, instead of being a main role at the parks, it's now been cut and put into contingency. And it's the same thing I see happening with movies and theaters, is that these people are now complaining about this role being in contingency, but they didn't fight for it being an important role. But now that it's being taken away, people are going to fight for it. But I'm like, it's the same thing with theaters. People stopped buying media and streaming online, so they're going to start catering to that more. It's like, no. Like, now we got to fight for it. And as we should, but like, it's always been important. You're so cool, Quiet. I love you very much. Dude, I keep on getting Warhammer stuff, and I'm just like, hee. Quiet. It's you. I'm doing good. A little sad and upset about the Warner Brothers thing. Can't be sad and upset at Warner Brothers. They gotta do what they gotta do. But like, Netflix's choice to affect the like runs in theater is that's a choice. Stop at the box, I swear, dude. I might cry at the box. The box, what's in the box? Okay, voila. Oh, okay, cool. What the fuck is happening? It's just playing. Am I on my on repeat? It's just playing the sad music. It went from the winner takes it all to voila, the exit music. Okay, in my zone, that's better. Let's try. Let's just do this one. It's just a box. It's not just a box. Oh, is that what saying? No more theater movies or what? I think when I understood, I would have to read into it more because I didn't read too much. Unfortunately, I do get a lot of my news from TikTok in the sense of like just the spread of wildfire. So I haven't like read into it. But what it seems to be is that the runs in theater are going to be shorter and more limited. It seems like. Instead of like a normal theater run for a movie, it's going to be cut back. It means a lot. Exactly. I agree with Kai. I agree with Kai there, Doc. I guess when streaming service decide that movies are too old and not streamed enough. Yeah. like The Mummy, because no one ever has The Mummy online. And I want to fucking watch that. And I do have the DVD, so I can literally watch that whenever. But like, why does no one have that online? That's a fucking masterpiece of a movie. At least the first and second one. I do like the third one. I do actually like the third one a lot. But like, what the fuck? But then you're gonna have the shitty ass Mummy that they remade? Anyways. Streaming services when the prices were decently low, but now everything. Dude, oh my god. This all of the streaming services are so slimy and gruddy now. They charge so much. And like, oh my god, the stupid house thing now of like, are you home? Because it's not the main address you use. So is this you or are you on like vacation? I hate that so much. As it is, no, dude, same, Coco. I was talking to my friend at work because we both like the movies, but we're both from like, here's work, she's from over there, and I'm from over here. So if we want to try to go to the movies together, it's much more hassle trying to meet, and then we're always at work anyway, so we don't want to come out that way. So it's really hard. But like, I might buy an AMC pass, truth be told, so I can go more. Higher life for me. So true, but I want to support the movies. That's my only thing, is that I do actually want to support the movies. I'm just tired of supporting the streaming services now. Tarjay. Actually, I used to buy a lot of my movies from Best Buy. I miss, somebody needs to bring back, okay, I'll say Blockbuster, but personally, I loved Hollywood Video more, but because that was the one that was actually down the street for me. So that was the closest one. So personally, I would like to say Hollywood Video. But I will also take Blockbuster as well. But like literally, family videos. Ooh, okay, that's a good one. I'll take family videos as an option too. It's not on Prime or Netflix. I just say Ulysses. Honestly, Goomber, as you should. As you should. I do miss watching anime on YouTube in like the 50 parts. That was quite entertaining. We really do need DVD stores again. I love DVDs so much. I had a collection, and I still do. Oh yeah, it's in the abyss behind me. I have, okay, I'm really behind now, but up until Infinity War for Marvel, I had like all of the Marvel movies, and I still like that collection, and it's the evolution of it too, because it's the normal DVDs and then it goes to Blu-ray, which is quite funny. Left in business? Yeah, there's one left. I really wish we still had more. Oh my god, yes. Dude, I loved Redbox. I can't believe they went under. And I didn't know they went under so much that they went under and didn't collect back their boxes. So if you ask the owner like, "Hey, can I take that?" You could. That's the one that makes me laugh a lot. Just the fact that they went under, but they just left all their boxes out there. I miss like physical copies of movies. I like watching it online, and I do like having the streaming services because say like with watching with friends online on Discord, it does make it really easy. And I do love that option, but I miss physical copies. Is that never got returned? Same. Doesn't matter anymore. They're yours now. Anime DVDs? I saw a Blu-ray for JJK. 74? God damn, and that's fucking atrocious because a lot of times with the anime DVDs too, you get like fucking 5 episodes. God, I hated that. I have the whole collection for Ghost Hunt and Air Gear, but in the I think it's called the Save. So it's the Save collection. So it's all in that one little package. You don't have to buy multiple packages for it. I hated that shit. I was about to rewatch Endgame because the last time I haven't watched I hadn't watched half of the Marvel movies. That's crazy. Also, I think it's Endgame. It's Endgame. Endgame is coming back to theaters next year, September. So me and my friend are gonna go for round 2 in the theaters to see that. And I'm actually quite excited because it was really good in theaters. More physical movies, as you should. I need to go back to collecting more physical movies because I really do love my physical movie collection. I love it very much. I have a shit ton because I talk about my Marvel ones are there. There's a shit ton over there. I don't have as many as I thought I used to have. But I still do have a decent. Oh, see, like I've never finished some collections. I was about to say I have all the pirate movies, but no, I have the first 3 pirates, the main collection of pirates, but I don't have the rest of them. I do have Gold Member. I do have Austin Powers. I have a lot of good ones over there. I'm a Hellboy movies. I love those. On my shelf, just animated films. I really want to buy this. There's a steel box version of the Ghibli movies, so I really want Howl's Moving Castle for that. Howl's Moving Castle and Nausicaa, because those are my 2 favorites. Probably Cat Returns too, because that's just the Cat Returns. I love that movie. I love that movie. I love that cat so much. I was thinking about going into businesses and saying, hello, I'm a licensed electrician. Do you mind me removing that red box? Do you mind me removing that red box and taking it off your hands? You should, as you should. Just on that, the prices are high because anime physical media is considered to be collector's item. Hi Ryu, how are you? Let me get that song request. I'm about to pop off. It's a hot take, but it's not really a hot take because I'm kind of tired of it. The store near me sells little stuff, and I bought these Pokemon and sell the Studio Ghibli posters I want. Ooh, I would love a classic like movie poster in my room. I don't know of what movie though. See, Nausicaa, you should. Nausicaa, I love so much. Howl's Moving Castle is my favorite, but Nausicaa is like was the first one I ever watched, a Ghibli film. I hate this collector shit that's going on. I hate everybody that got so into like collecting stuff, and now it makes everything inaccessible to people and fans who do actually like the stuff, like the Pokemon cards. I do like that Pokemon cards became so much more popular. I think it's really cool, but then I hate it at the same time because now it's such a market of like collecting, and it's so hard to get stuff. And there's people who do actually like the cards itself, and we're big fans of it, but now people will be buying it to resell it. Just stupid goddamn resellers. But it happens with a lot of stuff now. A lot of like, even when, because my brother has the mentality too, and good for him, he has some stuff that can be resold. But like my little coaster, my little fucking Sonic coaster, I wish I bought more. These are actually really nice. Oh my god, that feels funny. I bought one for my brother to use because like it's a little coaster. I want you to use it. He's gonna keep it, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna like keep that, like that'll be worth money like one day. And I'm like, okay, you're right, but like use it. I hate the people buying stuff now to collect to then sell it again. I was like, no, use the stuff, and if you're not going to use it, let somebody who likes it actually buy it and use it. Better crash and I think for Beedrill. Yeah, it's really like bad. Moving Castle book? Wild fact. Yeah, wait, what fact, Doc? Tell me. I will keep that sidetrack tangent going. People trying to make money off it. Yeah, literally. Hobby got turned into a stupid resale gimmick. That's what I fucking hate. Because like there's certain stuff that I love that I'm like, okay, I guess I won't participate in this anymore because like I need to fix this. I don't remember how to fix this. I'm just gonna turn off my keyboard. But like it's just you can't get your hands on anything anymore because people are reselling it. Where the black door originally went? Oh, okay. I had to think what you meant by the black door because it was like, what black door? Because then I thought about Beyond the Black Door, my book that I have up there. I don't know why my brain went that way. But where did it used to go? I don't know why I'm asking. I do have the book. I should just read it. And then to a demon fucked up area? Into a modern day Wales. That's kind of fucked. Okay. What's love those people who collect Pokemon cards that have the big binder of their fave? Yes. And like I love it's so bad because I love the people who collect Pokemon cards. But I think I just hate the people who collect the Pokemon cards that want to use it to make money. Because the people who collect it because it's their favorite character or they're like, oh my god, this new series just came out, I want to get this stuff. Yeah, that's fine. But it's the people who do it because they're like, okay, this is going to be a lot of money. I want this so I can sell it. Also because of prices, bro. Even with some figures sometimes now. Also, it's tariffs for us here too that made figures more expensive. I've been waiting for my Suo. I have Sakura down here. Where is he? He's up there. I have my little Sakura from Windbreaker, and I still have been waiting for Suo to ship, but that's because of tariffs and everything that happened with that, so waiting patiently for that. Dude, I want you to have Beedrill. If I ever see Beedrill cards that are cheap, I'm just gonna slowly start buying them, because might as well. I'm going to one of those Pokemon card vending machines, and the only thing left was 120 booster boxes. Damn, it's so expensive now too. Get all the Psyducks as you should. Dude, I really want more Psyducks. I'm sure this Psyduck would be worth a lot if I hadn't dropped it in the toilet, but nobody would know. But you guys know. There's also a coin stain on it. But like, I have it because I love him. I'm not gonna sell him. But he's like one of the OG ones. Like original original card set. It's got my tail. Oh, Talia Gowish. I don't know why I said tail. The eye went somewhere else. I love them. Little butt. Damn, like what a freak. Freak. It's okay, we are too. He knows it's a big dick B. Big dick B. The trend of pack opening, or the sole purpose of gambling for money. Yeah. That's why, like, Pokemon is such a weird fandom right now that I don't know if I like or not, because you have the mixture of people who do genuinely want to collect because it's their favorite cards, or they just want to like collect this like whole set of stuff. I get that. But then there's the other mix of people doing it for the gambling and selling and reselling and making a profit off of it. That I'm like, if you collect and you're trying to find your favorite card and then you have other cards, it's like, oh damn, this one's worth a lot, let me get rid of this because I want this. Okay, yeah, but it's the ones who have no souls. The ones who have no souls and hate Pokemon. Magic card bear ones, fuck yeah, I love the magic cards, they're so silly. Okay, so again, I put my yes, I need to find, me and my brother were talking about it, I need to find our Ancient Mew card, because we have the Ancient Mew. We have 2 copies of Ancient Mew. I think my older brother has his, but he also had one because they went to the movie when, I forget which movie that was, but when that Pokemon movie came out, they got Ancient Mew cards for going. It's very cute. I also really like that card, so I wouldn't doubt it that I have it somewhere in my collection of toys outside, because unfortunately, I'm a kleptomaniac when it comes to things around the house. I'm like, that's mine now. I'm not a kleptomaniac. I just like it was shiny. Okay, that Ancient Mew card was shiny. I really liked it. The first movie card, yeah. We have 2 of the Ancient Mews. You can't blame me for wanting to take it. It was really shiny and really cool. You're a kobold? Are you 3 kobolds in a trench coat? Collecting? Stop turning collections into expensive hobby? Yeah. Like, as an avid trinket holder, I love trinkets. But like, it's stuff that I genuinely like, and if I don't want it, I give it away. Like, these are 2 Peach Riots that I don't need, so I'm gonna give it to my 2 wives if they want it. Also, another collection of just gifts for them. But like, I want the ones that I want. If I don't want it, then I'm gonna give them away. Who? Shall we listen to the Who again? Hold on. Turning it up. There's an owl here. There's an owl amongst us. Also, sorry, I keep on popping my knee because my knee has been fucked up the past 2 days. Who's a kleptomaniac? Shepherd? Why, yes. Why, yes. Where is why yes from? Because everybody at work says it, and that's why I learned it at Marvel when I got trained there. Oh my god. The Miku, it is a new Miku Miku beam. I love Shepherd. I love Shepherd so much. I miss my Shepherd, but I can never be that Shepherd again. She's dead. That sounds really dramatic, but she is dead. I don't know why I flipped that up. Can't wait for the CDs to come in. Oh, you got the CDs? I know some people were mad at the CDs because they were like, not that they were cheap, but they was just like, damn, you're just gonna do just that? But I don't know, they were really pretty. They were pretty. Turn the chair. I'm trying to think of other things that I used to be a fan of that I don't do anymore. Oh my god, K-pop albums actually is one. Like, I still buy a lot. I have a lot of Stray Kids now. How many Stray Kids do I have? I have 10 Stray Kids albums. I have 13, just kidding, because my friend just bought me 3 more. But like, the K-pop market is also the same thing, but that just got a lot of like actual popular thing. But people are such heathens. Oh my god, they're such heathens. They snatch up things so fast. Renegade Shepherd and Romance Thane and cry when I cannot believe. Oh my god, who was it? Oh my god, my friend Tori. I cannot believe she called me out. She's like, "You're a Thane girl, aren't you?" I was like, you're not wrong, but you're not right. He wasn't my first choice. But like, I do love him. She said she couldn't do it because he was married and she wouldn't want to deal with that after she dies. And I'm like, his wife's dead. It's okay. She would understand. Like a hoe, your mama hoe, you a bitch. I love. She temporarily blinded me. We need to play Dispatch. Not the fucking she temporarily blinded me. Nah, bitch, you blind forever. It's literally my favorite line. I love it. Also, I did find the dresses that were really pretty. No one's ever going to buy me. Well, okay, I say that here because none of us should ever buy one of these dresses. Let's find. Yes, like this one is gorgeous. Where's the one I really want to look at? Depress. I take my meds. Ooh. A little gothic vampire one. Yes, okay. You mean temporarily? Bitch, you blind forever. It's so funny. Can I look at this? Can I look at it in big form? No, I can't. Where's my meow 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 meow? This is the dress I'm looking at. As we can see in this tiny little font here, it's $5,000. So we're never gonna afford that. Man, that girl was looking at that dress. The other one that's really pretty was, I think, like 3,000. This girlie's like whole like dresses are gorgeous. 5,000. Yeah, it's velvet with like they're all heavily beaded, so it's a lot of money for the beads. But oh my god, also velvet. Velvet is really expensive and it's really nice velvet. I have a gripe with velvet because oh my god, the velvet that was from Joann's, rest in peace, queen. Miss you, Joann's. Miss you very much. That velvet that Joann's has was fucking shit. Anyways, the other one that's really nice is also 3,000. So none of us are ever affording that. Gonna buy for me the so ascendant that breaks. How did it can? Okay, true. Every time I do say that, I need to buy my ducks. I didn't buy the ducks yet. I did. Those are coming in today. I did buy myself my headphones finally, so I'll have new headphones to use for my desk. Gonna take some time to get. Okay, whoa there, buddy. You got bills to pay. Also, hi, fire. I'm uncomfy. I think I need to take this off. No, now I'm cold. You fucking challenging me? No, you have bills to pay. Also, 5,000 is a lot. But they have a pop-up store in New York. You know what? Oh my god. We've been on a lot of side tangents today where I feel like we never finished some of the topics we talked about. But at this point, that's okay. How long have we been streaming? Yeah, that's fine. I don't really care anyways. Sorry, I'm looking at how my hair looks. It's so funny. There's too much light somewhere. Oh, let's just turn this in dark mode. Sorry, I don't have makeup on, so like everything needs to be balanced today, otherwise I'll lose my mind. I'm already losing my mind, so it's okay. Fire, I hope you're doing well. Sound weird? To everyone else, but I'm gonna buy the— oh, yes. Oh my god, sorry, the was— I got out of breath. Remind me afterwards. And we'll settle it. We'll settle it mano y mano, okay? We will not settle it mano y mano, okay? I'll just fucking send you money. Like a normal fucking person. You know I will. Oh my god. Are you hitting on me? Most literally getting in a fist fight with a bear. Let's shop on Best Buy. Oh my god, if I buy— oh my god. This applies to you, Coco. Coco, if we buy movies from Best Buy, can we get a deal from Jordy? Can we abuse Jordy's discount? Oh my god, I never thought about that. All movies. I could take a bear. Same. Would I win? I don't know. Would I win? I should buy Alien Romulus! I've been needing to buy Welcome to Raccoon City. I'm in a safe spot with money where I'm like, oh, I should really just buy this. Because I adore that movie. That was a shitty, campy movie. But, like, I loved it. Shopping. Where can I buy this? Oh, it's still available at Best Buy. Because I wanted the 4K. Okay, this is going to sound really extra. Oh, I wanted that one. I wanted the 4K Ultra HD version. Not for the 4K version. I just wanted the Steelbox version. But people are selling it now for so much money. I could just buy the normal movie, though. Oh, Tarjay. I should buy movies again. Oh my god, I should buy my Resident Evil collection. I want to go watch Endgame. Are you going to watch Endgame right now, Goomber? Or are you going to go see it in theaters again? In a fight, right? Right? Let's see. Oh my god, that stupid Cinderella movie. Let's start buying movies again. Oh my god, Hook. I love that movie. Do I have too much energy? What the hell? I'm shaking my leg. I think because like so many movies that have come out too recently that I'm like unattached to, where I'm like, I don't really want that. But I guess it's the case of like, I really should buy it because if it gets taken offline, even if I don't love it, I'm not going to be able to watch it. Watching it right now? Fuck yeah. Have fun. Sorry, I was remembering what happens in Endgame. Have fun. Have fun. I should really buy— this makes more sense to buy the complete collection. It's $37 for the Resident Evil series, so it has all 6 films, but I like my individual like covers. Oh dude, I need to go take myself to see the FNAF movie. B doesn't want me to, but I'm gonna pay for her ticket so we can go see so we can go see it, because I don't think it would be fair if I saw that and she didn't see it. Hi, wife. I love you, wife. Oh, that's sad. Can I just look at that on Best Buy? Why is Best Buy so much more expensive, bro? What the hell? I want to see it so bad. I want to see it. I want to see it. And okay, it's so fucking long. That's fair. It is really long. It's so funny because I lasted in that movie, but Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness hit a point during that movie where I got so bored. And that's not a super long movie. I got so bored, I almost jumped over the wall. That sounds really dramatic. I almost jumped over the wall because I really needed to go to the bathroom. And I almost jumped over the wall because I needed to go so bad because the movie was getting boring, so I couldn't distract myself. And then the movie picked up again, and then I was fine. Ooh, there's a Tron Legacy steel box. I love the steel boxes. I do have my collector's edition of Indiana Jones. Is he over there? Yeah, he's over there. I wish I bought more from those because they were the steel box ones. They were really cool. Hello, Dion. How are you? Never seen that one? Which one? Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a good one. It's just like a, would watch it. It's not my favorite, but it also has some of my favorite things in it. I need to watch a Formula One movie. Oh, any Formula One fans here? Did you see who won? I need to watch Sinners. What should be the first DVD I buy again? Alien Romulus. I do kind of want to buy Until Dawn. I won't lie. I left my review on Letterboxd because my Letterboxd is literally just for me purpose and to stalk my friends. Romulus. Oh, I should collect the Alien movies because I actually don't own those. But like, as an Until Dawn film, I know I gotta watch Sinners. I didn't get to watch it the one time you guys all watched it, and I've been wanting to watch it at work, but I'm like, I don't want to watch it on my small phone, so I need to watch it at home. Doctor Strange. Yeah, Multiverse of Madness was okay. My other wife Hannah loves that movie, and every time I'm like, I kind of hated it. I kind of was like, eh. They try to put too many things in it. Shiver you, whatever, wife, thank you, wife. I need to just sit down and watch it. I do want to finish watching Alien Romulus again. Oh my god. 20 doll hairs? At that point, I should just spend the 27 doll hairs and buy the 4K ultra high definition version of Alien Romulus. Dude, they have Alien. They have Xenomorph toys. They have a Xenomorph. They have a... What the fuck's Eagle Moss limited Alien and Predator 16 figure collection? What the frick is that? It's only $45. Do we want to buy a Xenomorph figure, you guys? This sounds so stupid. It's an Alien collection, but instead of like a trilogy, it's a quadrilogy. So it's Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Resurrection. We have not watched them on. Oh, Alien 6 film collection. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Kind of cool. Toys and Xenomorph. Toys. Yeah, that's why I was like, figures. Figures. I'm shopping on Target. That should explain a lot of things. I love my wife. Oh, this one's cool. I should buy this. Actually, I have Prometheus. I have one Alien film. But that's atrocious. I only own that. This is only $33. It's Blu-ray and digital 6 film collection for Alien. So it has Prometheus, Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Resurrection. Scott's newest chilling installment, Alien Covenant. Oh, why did they put it like that? And Alien Covenant. So then it just doesn't have Romulus in it, which is perfectly fine. Wasn't there another one after that? I should buy some movies. From selling them? Fair. Fair. I wouldn't expect Target to sell them. But you're right. That's fair. Should I buy the expensive lipstick I want? I have a 20% off. Nikki can't stop me. She could. She can't stop me if I also buy her one. Do it. It's so expensive though, wife. It's the Gucci lipstick because it's like, this is Clinique, but it's in like a metal casing. It's so nice. It's so nice. It's like a vintage, retro, very old style. They kept with it. They kept with it. Who's on Instagram right now? What the hell? Checking out Sephora. Don't taunt me like this right now, right when I'm talking about you. I also have coupons for somebody else. Okay, with my coupon, it's like 37? Hold on, I think it's still in my shopping cart. The original price is $49. This was $25, which kind of sucks for how small it is, but it is really nice. Gucci. I think they're all the same price. Yeah, they're all $49. Doll hairs. I just don't know which doll hair. Is that the red? Let me just, we're just gonna click that. Percent not what I thought you were gonna ask if you should buy. Oh, shit. Fair. Fair enough. This is what you get for watching somebody who talks so sporadically. That's not my store. What, save gifts. We're seeing how much this applies. Yeah, so it takes off $10, so it's $39 that I could get it for. And in my brain, that seems like a steal. I could just actually buy the other makeup that I need. I do actually need some makeup from Sephora Hair. Sephora Hair. You jump scared me with liking my silly little bug stories on Instagram, by the way. I'm not gonna lie, Kai. That's what you get. Because you jump scared me. I forgot I followed you. And so when it popped up, I was like, oh, cute. I was like, who is this? I was like, oh my God, that's Kai. I was like, oh my God. So you jump scared me. I didn't expect to see you there. Fun fact about lipstick? Why, yes. Now I'm warm. Now I'm actually warm. It's so funny watching the little, like, video for this on the side on, Spotify, because it's just them all bloody. And I'm like, okay, haven't watched it, but I understand. Instagram? A lot of cross-stitch stuff? That's fair. It should be just bugs. I like moths. Oh my God, there's a sweater I should buy you from Steady Hands. They have a lot of moth sweaters. Hi, Haunted. How are you, my dear? I love the way they say 3. Oh my God, once I'm out of holiday
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
from the rat, like I think I'll go another 4 months without working. So that means I can play games. Oh my God, Coco, that means we can play Halo finally. The reason red lipstick is so popular here in America is because of, it was because of Hitler. He hated women wearing makeup, specifically red lipstick. Yes! So the US Department decided to actually issue red lipstick as a fuck you to him. Yes, good. And it is a big fuck you to a lot of men, so. Hi, Shailene, I love you. Over being sick and a Sarah stream? Oh no, hopefully you're feeling better. Sorry, I feel a little short. I'm cold now. Hopefully your sickness does not stay long. Maybe their sickness. Oh no, are you sick too, Shaylin? Oh, so we'll play the game soon so we can have some stuff going on. I'll gladly start spitting facts though. We can do more hot topic. No! Why must I be sick? I actually need to check work stuff. Were you supposed to be working today? Well, who got you sick? Who did it? Oh, who got my Shayla sick? What the frick? I'm sorry, I just went into my cast life, which is our page. And then it said, yeah, so you want to log out? I was like, I just got here. I just got here. I don't want to log out. I just got here. Not the sick. The sickness is going around. Everybody get your flu shots. Get your flu shots. Fuck you. Is it a fuck you to men? Damn, it's a great color. It is a great color. And a lot of men don't like it. Like, they don't like it in the sense of, like, it's a bad bitch color, you know? It's a bad bitch color. And some people don't like bad bitches. I need to check, this one. And I think it's up again. Banana. Please log in. For a player. Oh my God, we can get the whole gang together for the Halo. You guys, I have perfectly almost 9 hours, but I have 8 hours of available balance of legally mandated sick pay. So I'm gonna slide that on over for my shift on Saturday. Can get that sick pay time. And then I will have no sick time that will lay over to the next year. I could care less though. I want to go to my friend's birthday party, and the rat said, "No, I don't think I'm gonna give you the day off." And I'm like, "Fuck you. Get that sick pay. Fuck yeah." If not, I was gonna use my free sick days that I have. I don't know how those things work, and I don't know if they reset. I don't know if they. I don't know what the fuck they are. Really, don't know what the fuck they are. They're such a weird. The rat is so weird. I so forgot it all. I was losing my mind last night because my performers were talking about universal performer work, and I'm sitting there as a little socially awkward person because I don't know all these performers well. And that's perfectly fine. But it's just a case of my socially awkward and I don't like talking to people. Okay, so it does update every year. I asked somebody and they were like, "I don't know." And I was like, well, that makes 2 of us. So it happens every year. We get two free of those waivers to sign. Because I'm going to take note of that. Take note of that. Because they keep on catching me on these fucking unexcused hours, and I'm like, "Excuse me, they were excused. You just didn't give me the day off." I was gonna be gone either way. Anyways, my little silly performers last night were talking about universal work, and I'm sitting there just like, how do I get in? How do I get in? Who do I email? And one of them was talking about who to email, but I, unfortunately, I'm a socially awkward little child, and didn't know how to speak up and use my big boy voice and be normal. Unfortunately, I did bond with the other one because we started talking about anime. And that was fun. And then I got not shamed, but shunned for not going to FanFest. Which is understandable. I wanted to go because I wanted to meet Sanji. I know who you're talking about, yeah. You know exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sitting there and they're talking about the Universal auditions and whatnot and about wanting to get in. And I was like, "Let me." The cat that's on the back of like the chair reaching out, just like, "Ah." That's me. Except I don't know how to speak up. And I don't even know who to email for Disney-wise for this shit either. And I can easily find who to email, but I don't know what the fuck to say to them, bro. I don't know what to... I don't... Please let me in. Thank you. Please. Please, thank you. Please. Please. Sanji. I was talking to Sanji. It's very funny. It was very funny because it was one of the people that I'm like, "Oh my god, I can't go to FanFest because I'm going to die meeting Sanji," and then realized, "Oh, I gotta work with you." Luckily, this was my first time ever working with him. I have somehow avoided a lot of people working with. I was so scared to talk to him, but he's super nice to yap to, and now I can yap to him. So like, I'm still scared. I would probably cry. I am so scared of asking people stuff because I'm like, man, they're not gonna believe me. Also really intimidating for some reason. Yeah. Truth be told, everybody scares me. Even our little, okay, even Jamar scared me for a while. But, like, literally, I can say everybody scared me for a while because I'm just scared of people. He has a good presence. Like, he knows who he is. And he knows he's the shit. He is a shit because he's really cool. And he gave me anime recommendations. But yeah, he just has a really good presence, which is why that I was just like the little person in the room, the little costumer, who is also like a little theater person, but I don't know. There was other... I can yap to you about this sometime. But yeah, I was just like, I don't feel comfortable asking. So I'm just gonna lurk and take note of what you guys are telling each other and apply that. Because it's so hard. I'm just like, let me in. Please, let me in. Because I don't think I'm going to get the lookalikes this time around. because I don't think it's characters of which I could do. And I mean that in height-wise. I am short. Hee hee hee. Looks that make me nervous? No, literally it's just like his entire fucking presence. He's there. Why are you pulling a knife out at me? What are you doing with a knife, Kai? What do you have? A knife? No! Where's my knife emote? That's not my knife emote. Also, I'm gonna open up the game. We're gonna continue yapping. Thank you for finding the knife emote, because I only found the big old little ass. Big old little eyes. We are gonna turn into a psychopath really quick and listen to some Christmas music. And I will scare my friend again with listening to Christmas music while killing zombies. Yeah, you can't be trusted with a knife. You can't. Unless I hold your hand while you have the knife. Then you can be trusted. Then I have your hand in my hand. And then I give you a little forehead kiss because I love you. Except I need you to be like sat down because you're too tall. Put all my Christmas decorations. Yeah! I want to celebrate. Shaylin, I just want to be a girl. Why do we have to work? Like, I just want to be a girl. I just want to work. I don't want to work. I just want to work. I don't want to work. I want to spend time with my friends and go to Christmas things. But no, we gotta go to work. I just want to be a girl. I just want to live. Yeah, I just want to be a girl. I lean down. Oh, thank you, Kai, because I can't reach your forehead otherwise. I mean, if I wear my heels or my platforms, I could. I like the beast. The beast. Sorry, her voice is so nice that it is putting me to sleep immediately. Can I not work today? Hey, it's okay, Kev. Tomorrow you don't work and we have the fucking show. We're gonna go see the show. We gotta work out. I think we can leave around 3, depending if you gotta go pick up your stuff over there. I have to work because of stage feminism. You're so right. God forbid a girlie wants to work, but God forbid a girlie wants like a month or so off to be a girl. Stay homesick. Oh my god, you're so right. I forgot you actually can give Kev your shifts. You guys work at the same place. Oh, I switched the thing and just stayed sitting here. I can't sit normally. I think I need to stand. My chair hasn't been comfy the past few days. A, B, C, D. There it is. I scrolled down to R. Only work one venue? Yeah, but I forget that Shaylin also works there. I forget my wife works there. My wife. It's so funny that it's both Kevin's, but you guys literally got split up. How much is in this? Okay, that's a decent amount. I'm not going to run out of this for a while. It was worth the money. It was worth the serotonin I got from this. Also because I love the casing of this. Can I set that down? Jesus. I can't believe my goalie's sick. Can't believe my fucking my goalie's fucking sick. Why must I work? Because we said so. You're just not allowed to work tomorrow because we had the show. Well, I guess you could work the mornings. That is allowed. You're just not allowed to work at night because, we gotta go see that fucking show. I'm gonna bring out my Bard shirt. Ooey. 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 I don't know why I let that happen. My little notebook was getting caught when I was lifting this up. I literally need to stand. I cannot sit today. I hate it because, like, you're legitimately sick, Shaylin. And that's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. Well, I mean, everything wrong with that because you shouldn't be sick. Because that's illegal. Never fun. But, like, you're legitimately sick. And it's the fact that you can get in trouble. And it's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm sick. And then they'll be like, well, you should have saved your sick hours. I'm like, I'm sorry, you haven't been giving on any of our ADOs out. At all. And sometimes a girlie just doesn't want to work. How was jury duty? I haven't gone yet. It's next week on Monday. There might not be a stream next Monday. Because I have jury duty. I don't want it. But the aura farm. Crane is always aura farming. Especially when I leave him standing on the building. Oh, you want the game sound?
Whatever the fuck that means. I delivered another sample to her so she could continue her research. Sven contacted me.
I really love Crane in this game. Because he gives no fucks anymore. I can't believe my man Sonic is cursing in my favorite game. Pick up your ship, but I can pick you up. Oh, it's dark. Sorry, the O wasn't towards you. I just didn't expect it to be dark. I don't know what we were doing. An emergency that doesn't qualify for an ADO, but definitely requires immediate attention. Yeah. No, dude, I don't know if you would know her. You might. My friend Shelby, because she's a family friend. She's my brother's friend. She really wanted me to work with her. And then we got to work together once because we don't have any of the shared locations. But there was one time her daughter got sick, so she had to take her to the ER at like 3 or something in the morning. So then she had to call out because she was taking her, you know, daughter that's, I think at the time was like maybe 1, maybe not even 1. I don't know if she was like newly born or it's been a year. I don't remember. But like, she had to do that and she had to call out. And then when she sent in the doctor's note to get it like backfilled and whatnot, they're like, well, it's not yours, doctor note. It's not yours. It's not yours. Like, that's not, it wasn't for you, so we can't. And like, I'm sorry, did you want my 1-year-old to go drive herself to the ER? It was something ridiculous like that I'm like, what do you fucking mean? Like, that's your child. You have to take care of that. And they're just like, well, it wasn't yours, so we can't count it as that. And I'm like, what? What? What else on that girlie never works? I want to try to pick you up. I don't think I could. I stopped lifting. I need to work out. We should go skating again. Working. I just want to be a girl. I just want to be a girl during the holidays, but holidays is like work. School's out. Oh, well, let me go over here. Go skating again soon. We should. Once you're better, we should plan a day. Oh, see, now that's back, and that's what I wanted to go to, but then I'm not there. Okay. I'm gonna sleep because I don't want to be at the night. I am cold again. Size of it again. The large of this? Smart thinking for me. Okay. Now where are they going? What's this one? That's the school's out. Scouts. Yeah, okay, so we'll go to that one. Where is it? This is gonna get me killed. Whee! Oh no. Poor zombie. I believe in Doc. I think he could pick you up. I actually want to go up here. This is the asylum. It seems kind of cool. Anybody need to go to the asylum? Is any of us being signed in? Like, do we need to check anybody into the asylum? Is any of us insane here? Because I think you're all insanely fucking cool. Oh my god, that's a really... Oh! A tall fence. Wow, we're going into the asylum, everybody. We're all mad here. I love Alice in Wonderland. I love Alice in Wonderland. Oh. Oh, hell yeah, take the cigarettes. Sure. This is a nice asylum-looking area. This makes me believe it's not an asylum, but it always said... Oh, hey, you dead? Oh, excuse me, sorry. Got stuck in you. It's just always... Yeah, it's an asylum. Damn, what the freak? the asylum had this? I would check in here. That's so nice. Oh my god, who was I talking? I was talking to the lead last night. I was talking to Julia about drop kicking zombies because I was like, oh yeah, I'm playing this game tomorrow. Taking the flowers. Taking the knife. You pop my knees. Steal my line. Damn. Kev, you trying to steal Shaylin's line? Just like that? In front of me? Steal many things? What the frick are you stealing? Me at work with my collection of jackets. Hee hee hee. Some mental issues that might put me there? But I'm not going. As soon as I committed, I lose other. That's true, your collection. Oh, well, I just hydrated with coffee. Let me hydrate normally. I think I'm gonna start taking care of my health again. Ow. Ow. That sounds kind of funny wording it like that, but like I neglect my health a lot. So I think I might actually start. Oh yeah, I don't want to see you, dude. I think I might actually start eating good again and drinking water. Can I go in there? You know, the usual. I know, but I don't want to. Oi, fucking hell, Jesus Christ, fuck off. Too many of y'all. Ow. Dude, they like stun me all the time. For once, I will take care of myself. There must be a safe zone somewhere here. We're gonna go explore. Oh, it put me here now? There was literally one so much closer. That's how you die. Okay. What do you mean I can't use my grapple hook there? I needed to save myself. Not take care of my health. Neither do I. Oh, I'm trying to go in there. Because, like, I've been eating really bad because it's the holidays. I won't lie. I've been eating really bad because it's the holidays. But it kind of caught up to me where I was so bloated and upset and just in pain and then not feeling good, then feeling like throwing up. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was the mac and cheese. But I don't really regret the mac and cheese. Would do again. Would gladly make mac and cheese again. Just maybe it shouldn't be old Kraft mac and cheese. Just probably shouldn't be that. Which, truth be told, that like fake cheese does actually really get me sick sometimes. Because normal homemade mac and cheese doesn't really hurt me too much. Can I go up that? Crane. Can you not grab that, Crane? Huh. Wow, how pretty. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna start planning. Boy, the boy I was working with last night, he did a workout in the middle of his fucking shift. That was fucking crazy. And then he ate, then went to go do that, then came back, and then he ate again. Which, good for him. He needs all the food if he's doing that. But, like, I was just like, damn, you crazy. You crazy, crazy girl. You crazy. Can I get in here? No. I do like this scythe. I must be able to get somewhere in here. Flowers? Do you have any goodies? Are there any goodies? Start working out? I really want to start working out, but I think I really do need a trainer or like with somebody because I don't know what I'm doing. I know certain things, but for what I want to achieve, I don't think I know and understand what to do. So I need that. And or just talk to my brother to figure out things. Because he goes to Yim. He goes to the Yim all the time. Am I allowed in here at all? Never mind. Know what I'm doing? Dude, I never know what I'm doing. I used to do stuff a lot for like my core because that's where I'm most weakest because I stopped ignoring my core. And I am severely weak in my core. Car! Oh my god, you're here so early, Car. Good morning. Actually, good morning. It's not even noon yet. Hi, Car. I love you, Car. Let me not throw myself off the building. Wow, these silent people have a nice view. Gar made me wake up. Why'd Gar make you wake up? Actually, just kidding. Why'd Gar make you wake up? Illegal. Now it's actually illegal for you to be awake. Where? Enter? Enter where? Oh. Bonk. Sorry, need a safe landing. Oh, enter. It said enter. I want to enter this place. Garzamini. He's stinky. Is he actually stinky? I don't know, but I'll call him stinky. Start working out and lose the fat. I hate y'all's asses saying that because Nikki talks the same way. I love when Nikki says, I'm in shape. It's just round. It really gets me, and then I want to fist fight her. But I really do gotta work out. I just don't know what I'm doing. Charlie, I love Hatsune Miku, Charlie. I love Hatsune Miku. That though, I know, but you're so mean to yourselves, but also you're very honest, so it's good. Coming here? So you are. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure you are in Italy. I just forget dates because time isn't real. But I hope you're enjoying your time, bud. Please go enjoy time there. You're free to stay here and chill, but also go spend time traveling because that's what you're doing. Oh, there's something good in there. How do I enter this place? Let me in. Hey, so I think my game's about to crash. Okay, it did it. Don't know what happened there. We're just gonna carry on. We actually didn't do any rolls, so let's do that. Oh my god, I need a stretch. I need to actually stand up straight. Because I slouch and I don't crunch, but I fold. Let me tab out. Thank you, Turner.
Happy anniversary,
How much
my
is it?
queen.
60 months. Thank you, Turner.
Happy anniversary, my queen.
Okay. Here we go. There is none. It is Turnip. Who is first? Okay. First up is Turnip. 18, 18, and 10. You're tired from work, but you're still doing really great, and I love you very much. And your birthday's coming up, too. There we go. Next up, Duck. 9, 14, and 14. You're doing good. You're here. But you have to work, and you have a couple days of more work before you're off. So it's agony. Well, you're almost there. For the math impaired, that's 5 years. That's crazy. I need to lose the extra. I should probably shave a beard and I'll burn... But I'll burn in hell before that happens. That's fair. You can trim your beard if you want to. But I feel like that part's illegal. I'm the best. It's also coming. What day is your birthday on, Doc? Because I don't have like an archive of it. What are you doing? I don't have a documentation of everybody's birthday. Excuse you. Fuck you. Wonk. 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 Okay, there's a lot of you. Actually, there's a lot of you. I'm just gonna leave. I was just bullying them for funs. I was saying the entrance was over here somewhere. I don't know where. Ooh. I'm sorry, that zombie that just made that vile noise. The 11th? Oh my god, of this month and you weren't gonna tell us? What day's the 11th on? That's over the weekend. No, it's Thursday! Oh my god, so you're off for your birthday! Okay. I'm stuck my head. Okay. Flayed man. Yes, I do know what saint that is. Did go to church. Did go to Catholic school quite a lot. Yep. Nope, that's his flesh. I do know that, bud. I do know about that one quite a lot. But it's always it's a cool statue to see. Doc, you can't stop us. You can't stop us. Because I'd be a gremlin to Doc. Well, that's Thursday when playing Resident Evil. Oh, hey. Fuck you. Can I dropkick the door? Excuse me. No, I can't dropkick the door. I did dropkick the zombie instead, but I threw the zombie at the door. Why can't he be like Indiana Jones and... Okay, whoa. Why are there so many? I should stop getting distracted, but I love that part of this game. Freaking die. Okay, so how do we like get into this place? Because it says it's right there. Somewhere on this side. Now, I don't know if I can actually legally get in here yet. It's right there. It's right there. Let me in. Because if I climb up and then it disappears. Oh, where am I? Okay, so we're gonna leave this. News that I heard about the statues because I was watching behind the scenes for Taurus Frankenstein. Oh, that's fair. Ooh, I still need to watch that. Just I did not know what was gonna happen with that moment there. I love watching the behind the scenes. Excuse me, pardon me. I think my family went to go see that last time they were there. I did it because I haven't gone to Italy to freely travel. I was with a tour group, and I don't think they would ever do that. But my family, being religious, they went to a lot of those different saints to see stuff and to see the relics. So I do know about him. Because it was recent, like one of the last few times that they went to go see him. Okay, so we're here. You're a friend and I love and appreciate you. Exactly! We want to love and appreciate you. Like, you may not want gift, but we want give gift because you give us gift. And you know what that means is that we love you. So, fuck you. Please. I buy you silly little game or something. Oh. Oh. Have I gotten that one? Oh, sorry. Oh my god. I just like face planted into that zombie. I literally just ran into him. Why can't I talk to normal people? No, why can't I talk normally to people? Like, I'm perfectly fine talking here, and then, God forbid, I have to ask a career question, and I'm just like... Suddenly I forget how to human. I just stand there and stare at it. But anyway, yeah, too bad. You don't get a choice. We are going to love and appreciate you. Where am I going? Fuck you, in particular. Wasn't there loot here? Backpack. Collections. Treasure hunts. We've gotten that one now. I've gotten that one. I've gotten that one. I don't know if I've gotten that one. I haven't gotten that one, but I was near that. I haven't gotten that one, but I died by it. These two are like the same. I feel like there was one here. Oh well. Jordan, is there any games you want for your birthday? Is there anything?
See what that's about.
Hello?
Fine, have it your way.
Hey, how do we get in there? Hey, sir, I don't. Okay, I guess I won't bug you. Bye, enemies. Yeah, God. Why'd you wake up car? Oh my God. Oh my good heavens. Why'd you wake up my poor car? What? What do you want for your birthday? Don't say the picture because I know that. Is there any game you would like? I know what types of games you play, but at the same time, I'm like, what type of games do you play? Oh, I am going there. Okay. Didn't wake her up. She's freaking loud. I don't know. I think I believe my car. I don't know. Maybe you lie. Oh, hey, dude. Hey, dude. I think they can see you.
I'm Crane. You Lydia's guy?
Crane,
Yep,
use your
that's
inside
me.
voices.
Risotto.
Nuh-uh. Yeah,
So what's
see,
going on here,
nuh-uh. New emotes. Oh my God, yes, the exploding one and the tail.
I kept an eye on them to see what they were up to.
You know when
The
you just
bandits showed
casually
up out of the
explode?
blue, took out the guards.
Oh my God,
went
yeah, I don't
inside.
think you've seen the other ones.
They're still in there.
On stream, I
They
had to
posted some
tell
sentries
her.
by the side
I don't
entrance.
know. I think my car wouldn't do that. I think my car would join stream. I think my car got above
Is that the only way in?
There's an open window up
knowledgeable.
top, but it's always dark, so it might be full of sleepers. In the meantime, I'll find us a ride.
Hello, peppermint
Holler if
coffee.
things get hot,
Sentimental over
and I'll get the
anything
engine
else?
running.
Okay, taking note. I'll buy you a game that I really love and that I want you to try. But also, at this point, I keep on subjecting my friends to horror games, but my friends don't play horror. And I'm like, I'm sorry, this is actually a really fun game. And it's like, this was the worst experience of my life. I'm so scared. I'm like, oh, oopsie. Those are always the funniest interactions. Lesbian. Yeah. Teddy bear. Anybody need a teddy bear? Oh, it's this freaking zombie. I don't care about him. Who you spritzing? Who you spraying water on? Gar? Who you spraying water on? Punk? They'll never know who did it. They'll never know. You need a teddy bear? I should buy. Dude, why are Jellycats so expensive? I hate capitalism. That was not English. That was not English at all. Yeah, but the teddy bear need a teddy bear. The teddy bear need a little teddy bear to hug. I can be a teddy bear, then you hug me. I'll turn into an owl bear. Hot chocolate! Oh my God, did I pop his skull open? I know that happens, but that happens so quick. Bear hug. I'll be owl bear. I want to be an owl bear. I want to be an owl bear. Why must I be busy when D&D happens? I want to be an owl bear. I crave owl bear moment. Just casual owl bear moment. Casually throws a curveball though and ends up not being a druid. Try me. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna break your bones. I'm gonna break your bones. Oh, hey dude, sorry. Didn't know you were there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, crane in action. Yeah, okay. Korean in action. You know, it would be really funny one of these days to do a D&D campaign, but like, you don't make your own character. We just have each other make our own characters. Like, kind of like the Secret Santa where you pull and it's like, okay, you're gonna do this person's character. You just fuck with them. That'd be so funny. I want to be a cat. I need to watch Legend of Event. That would be really silly. Especially for us, because we all play widely different types of like characters. That I'm like, oh, this would be really funny. It's fun if you actually joined us at the end. I know, I really should have joined the last time. The last time I let my fear and anxiety catch my hands instead of letting you guys catch it. And I did have family over. That's just a slight excuse, but it was a little bit awkward. I was like, oh, here's my... Hello? Get down. I had a normal schedule. Literally, if only I had a normal fucking schedule. Oh, they're all dead. I'm gonna heal. If I had a normal schedule, at least it would be easier for me to join. I play in my truck when we play. Oh, that's adorable, but also, oh my god, no. Why do you play from your truck? Okay, fuck off. Be down to play somebody else. Let's create a character. It would be really silly to play a character that, like, it would be like a silly little one-shot. But like, you create it like just like quickly made. Oh, I put him in the locker. I think I bullied him too hard. Gar is so mean, he abuses me every day. Hit him. Hit him. Don't, but I did. You know, one of these days, of course, somebody's gonna be like, oh my god, oh my god, you guys, that's an abusive relationship. She's like, no, don't worry about it. We punch Gar. We punch Gar. Fuck your chicken strips! That's what I do to Gar. I could never do that to Gar. I could never. Imagine that's what Gar does to you. That's the abuse you're talking about. The character I created is gonna be a power gamer character. Get some like samurai cult. I would make such a silly little guy that it would be. He would only be able to be a silly little guy. You punch me? Me? I would never. Me? Good guy. Oh my god, and Happy New Year. Here we have a snap your neck. Punch and text to hang out with your best girly IRL. You're so right. I need to plan a day because I'm taking in some friends. Is there anything else in here? To Disney soon, but then I need to plan a girlies day for the next year. You're gonna wake him up. Car, you could have woken him up. But I need to plan a day for the girlies to go. Truth be told, I should have done it this year because I had so many sign-ins, but I never use my sign-ins anyway, so it don't matter. But yeah, I need to plan a day for that. Is he coming back? Fuck you. Oh, hey, we walked past the little guy right here. Sorry, dude. Don't mean to leave you out. Next year. Yeah, that's crazy. I just got used to 2025. Now to say 2026, I don't like that idea. That concept is disgusting. Can it not? That concept of the new year, disgusting. He's gonna get a cat D&D character that's all I make. As you should. Quiet, you know what's up. Just cat. Have you ever thought about cat? You know? No one else has, but you and me, Quiet? Yes. I would honestly probably make a little bard. Fuck you. That was really aggressive. I hit his head on the way down. Anything else in here? Nope. That's not the next room. Do 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 do. Is he within 5 feet of the open window? Yes. Wow. Okay, cool. He's going out that window. Oh my god. I love that. I still, from, what is it? Legend of Avantis? Oh my god. I just rammed myself into the fucking wall. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot I could ram like that. Medicat character. Oh yeah, Taco. Yeah, Taco. Let's go build up zero and hide from the sun. What was it gonna say? Oh, what can change that? Good, never change. It's like a million years away. I know, Gar. I feel so bad because I can only send in 3 people at a time. So I literally have to like plan like, okay, we're taking this group. And then I can take these people as this group. Because I'm taking the techies first. Because I had seen them all recently. So we're all going. But I'm like, no, I need my Amadeus girlies. And by that, my SM, ASM, and my one single little cast member, you. Hi games, how are you? My little was me processing what I missed in chat. I don't know what I would make. No, let's just make another tiefling. I should just make a bear character. No, a little mouse. A little bard mouse. Little bard mouse. Oh, I killed somebody? Oh yeah, the big guy. Yeah, spiderwebs. Let's go. I don't think the next D&D day wasn't planned out yet, right? That was a weird sound. I have a tiefling. Good. As you should. I love elves. That is like my homeland. I love elves so much. That's what L is. But I have really fallen in love with tieflings, so I would gladly make more tieflings. Kai, I still want to make a duo character with you, and I think that would be really fun. Almost? Okay. Because I was keeping up with it and reading it.
If you guys have a prime,
did I unlock that door?
Slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today. And slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Car, yeah. Car, I miss you, Car. I miss you. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. Is that other goodies? I'm such a loot goblin, eh? Oh my god, a little guy who carries very large bag. Okay, who we got here? Where is my goal? Down? Well, we're going up in here. Oh, he's dead? Oh, fuck you. Ow, they hit me. Oh, are you alive? No, you're not. Anybody else? No? Okay. Shayla, we should get you to play D&D. And then we have more things to bring up to the other person. So that we can start more conversations with him, you know? Active D&D. I learned so much about his D&D. I hate that. I hate that a lot. How far does this go? Okay. Okay, that's gonna... I don't want to look at that right meow. Somebody be in the bathroom? Hello? Hello? D&D. Teehee. Teehee. I'm setting us up for success, Shaylin. For success for both of us. have a 2014 character idea. I need to look at the rule book and see what type. I should just ask Kevin. Honestly, probably could ask Kev too, and can ask you about what type of characters I can make and whatnot. Rogue, Warforged, Phantom. Phantom rogues can learn. I'm trying to click on things and read. Learn knowledge from the spirits that haunted them, meaning you can change them for agencies after long rest. Oh. That a Warforged is an empty vessel. The spirits of 3 former adventurers that take. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Bless you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. It's sweet. Meow, 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 meow. I'll just snap his neck. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Didn't get him from the butt. Wakey, wakey. He fell down. Bing bong. I think they're all dead. Hello? You're not dead. Okay. They're not dead now. Hello, whore. Hi, whore. Hi, ho. Hi, whore. How'd I like go? Good. I'm getting very distracted and we're just looting things. We're just looting things. I talked about abusing your discounts at your work of place. Because what if I buy movie? Oh. Oh, is there somebody behind this door? Oh. Let me let him out. Oh, I see. Yes. And then I also made fun of how you got called a random one time in the ARC edit that I made. I don't know why I'm talking like this. What buy at workplace? Movies, because I kind of forgot that movies exist at your place. Kind of forgot about that. Kind of forgot. Because we were talking about the Netflix and Warner Brothers thing. Warner Brothers. But also, they're kind of cheaper at Target. They don't exist anymore. They do! I promise you, they do! They do exist, okay? The movies do exist. They do, I swear. I need to sneeze. I'm in store, but I can buy them from online. But the online... I could probably go to Target and buy them, but a lot of them seem cheaper. Offer extended to anyone who wants it. Oh, if you want to give me the race class at a 7 and you want, and I'll make a layout for you. Yeah, I'm gonna need that doc. At least for the 20... What's the other? Is it 2024, 2025? I don't know which one it was. It's the 20-something rule book. Because I need to make one if we are doing mores for those. 2024, thank you. Because I'm like, I don't remember what number it is. What is a newer one? That's all I remember. That's crazy. I want movies. Anyway, Jody, I hope you're not sick anymore. But also, it's not fun being sick, but it's fun not going to work. Bring books tomorrow for you to read? Bold of you to assume I read. But thank you. I can. I can't. Yeah, you do have books, because I remember during makeup class, you brought the whole lot, because you were doing your little character. I just had a Bubba Jumbo character. You don't take care of yourself, bud. You're on a trip. You're on vacation. Go enjoy yourself. Thank you for stopping by, though. Lord Long campaign is gonna start at level 1. Okay. Hold on. Can I go to 1-1? So it has to be like 10. Where am I? Let's see. Oh god, the
I am
spinning.
so stinky I fart for fun. My name is Stinky Car because I never shower.
That sounds like a lie. Sounds like it's a stinky boy who has the phone. Stinky. Uh-oh, it's stinky. I crack my knees. How the freak? I can't understand it now. Where is this information? It's something like this.
Hategar, Hategar, Hategar.
Hategar. Yes. So it's 10 and then 1 and then something else of those 11 or 10. Nope, that's 9. That was not 10 at all. My car does shower, don't you worry. I don't want to figure out this code. I'll be honest. I really don't want to. Are there any other... Oh. I don't like all these little sound effects happening in here. What if I look up the code? He's spreading propaganda. That's what I'm saying. He's spreading not the good word about my lovely car. I was like, that door doesn't look like it's going to cover the whole thing. It doesn't.
Propaganda. Take a propaganda, these nuts. How gotten.
Oh. Got him. Propaganda, these nuts. Sorry, that was really funny. Ooh, where am I? I didn't know I could go over here. Sunlight. Oh, I see. Ah. I see. I could enter from here. I can't open that though. Okay. Does somebody want to solve that for me? I don't want to. Oh, I did forget stuff in there. Oh well. This is where I came from. I don't want to solve this. It's just the 100101. I don't even know if that has to do anything with it. Not what I wanted, not what I wanted. Oh my god. I did not want that out. I'm like, is this like Outlast Trials? It's probably most literally not. There we go. I couldn't get it to the number I wanted. Let's just do 10, 10, 10. It's not 10, 10, 10. Just being the hardest boss in... Oh, and Claire, okay. Now, I don't know what to do with my life, honestly. Real as hell. Once you complete this stuff, it's like, well, now what do I do? Okay, we're leaving it. This way. Oh, you're live? Sorry, sir. It's time for a new game plus? Hell yeah. What if I throw one of those in there? Oh! Oh, didn't mean to hit you. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. Oh my god, calm down, Crane. Samuel or something that starts with an S? Cinnamon. Cinnamon. Oh my god, I need to go buy Cinnabons. I need to do that. Not soon, but eventually soon. I usually get that for Christmas for the whole family. Except in real life, I want to eat the entire box. But so be it. I will, you know, share. But also at the same time, maybe I don't share. Maybe I eat the whole box myself. Maybe I hand make some this year. Ooh. It costs less money, but we love Cinnabon. Like, it's just, we love it. With some of his moves. I love the little girl. Little small. She's adorable. Sit down, please. Little short queen. She's so cute. Take care of myself, eating better, working out. Okay, Cinnabons are the exception, okay? That's only for Christmas. Okay? That's the exception. Dude, I think I've just been missing food that tastes like food and like health. Bro, it's been so bad. What's that little guy doing? Frick you. Ow. I've done some lore writing with my brain. Your brain is absolute mush. Well, wait, was it good lore? Like, did you come up with some good stuff? Did you cook up some good stuff? You're not loud. Don't chill out there like that. Oh. I didn't mean to throw it to that back guy. But I guess that works. Sit down. Sit down. I want to look at my chat. Okay. Stop it. You know nothing about the game? I do lore. Do you like the monkey guy? I like the big guy who make funny little joke. Been cooking, my lord? Ah, yes, my lord. I'm glad you've been cooking. Where'd you come from? I ain't gonna lie, I like bonked him right in the head. Did I loot you? Yes, I did. What we got in here? This mission really shouldn't take this long, but I've just been like chilling. And just slowly, casually strolling around this building, no problem. No ankles. Oh, I was trying to pop his head. My weapon. We ain't breaking this weapon. This is my scooter handle. What a bear. Brand new and improved scooter handle. Scooter handle? Ankles. Take out the ankles first, and then you hit their head when they get down. Cause they're like, ooh, my ankle, that hurt. Cause you ever flip your razor scooter around so fast and you accidentally hit your ankles? Oh, you done for. You are done for. Okay. You can get here, Mom. Why do you say up a whole lot? Son of a bitch, I'm in. Yes, it should be. That's so funny to word it like that. I need to play that game. Hello? I hit him once in the hip and he's dead. Hello, hello, how are you? How are you doing? I miss playing games with my friends. I love seeing my friends in my chat, but then I'm like, oh, but I miss my little friends. Oh, I gotta open this. Oh, I didn't have to open it. There's fucking nothing in there. There ain't fucking shit in there. Did I loot the trash can? god, he's sleeping. He was sleeping. What are you mad about? I guess to kill all your friends. Right there. I miss my quiet. I miss it a lot. No, did he leave you? No! Ankles. Oh, you're not ankles. It's just gonna heal. Oh my god, look. It's the two of you in my jet. Is he alive? Sit down. Going back to my loot room. I'm literally just walking through this. Okay, my tummy been hurting for a while. No! Had a low appetite. Oh. Darkness. Let me hippity hoppity. Yeah, this meal I made was great. Fuck yeah, good, eat good, but also watch out for your tummy. It be that way. That was me a couple of days ago. And it's because I made mac and cheese. I think that was kind of old. Also, I'm lactose intolerant, but I really wanted the mac and cheese. But take care of your tummy. I'm glad the meal was good though. Take care of your tummy, not the fucking tummy ache. Yippee. Where's my loot? I thought that was a fucking spider. Spiders have been on my mind for a while now, and I do not like that. I do not like it at all. I don't care if my little spiders are coming to send me a little message. They're starting to stress me out, where I think I'm having some like stress dreams about spiders and accidentally getting caught with a spider like dangling down and touching me. I don't want that spider touching me at all. I'm so scared that why am I thinking about a spider? Why is there so many things to loot? I'm just here pressing F. Okay. Done pressing F. I'm not. I'm just trying to get to the main point of this mission, but... Oh. Interesting. Humans. That's a human. What we got going on here? Oh my god, have we arrived at the humans? Oh, I have no. We'll keep my scooter. That takes, big damage. Hi, Gothic Meowdy Howdy! How are you? Is he the only guy up there? Oh, it's a gymnasium.
So light.
Get the fuck down there.
Someone's coming! Take him down!
Do you fucking use a knife on me? I want your arm. Oh, is that everybody? Oh, there you are. No ankles for you. Are you dead? Oh. How we doing? We're doing good, except I just killed them all. Oh. Oh, I'm so sad. They died really fast. I won't lie, they died really fast where I'm like, oh. Okay. I guess that's fine. I did brutally murder most of you guys. Meow 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 meow. Another tape. Okay. Ooh, what's here? I guess there's more people around. Let me see these, and then there's something over there. Doing good? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We like to hear that. Oh my god. They died fast? So you didn't tear them apart. I didn't even get to rip off his arm or like rip his body in half, you know? I didn't get to tear the poor man's arm off. Oh, was I actually supposed to go in here? What about the other ones?
Shoot! I'm unarmed.
I'm gonna shoot
Who
you.
are you?
I'm not gonna shoot you.
You don't look like a bandit.
No, I'm a scientist.
That's a fucking
You work for the Baron?
fucking music.
Yes, did the Baron send you? Are you here to help?
No, I'm here to find out what the hell you people are up to. What's your name, scientist?
Camilo. Dr. Camilo Marin. I was using the restroom when those savages stormed in. As soon as I have gunfire,
What
I
fucking
hid.
Or for the
restroom?
Baron hires cowards.
Yes, but look, just tell me what you want. I'll do anything. Just don't.
Shut up.
The last
Hey, Ray, you there?
scientist I let go.
We leaving?
Not yet. I haven't found any research, but I have something better. One of the Baron's scientists.
I found a
alive.
whole fucking scientist.
Scientist. Great. Let's take him back. Maybe Lydia can make him talk.
Okay, I'm bringing him out.
Sure thing.
Worry about someone and it was such a.
So, you don't work for the Baron?
You don't want to
You
tell them.
catch on
but it
quick.
feels like you should.
Start
because
talking.
You're in your dream, just me.
Okay.
It'd be that way.
I can give you the key to the main archive if you promise not to hurt me.
¿Dónde está?
Help me, and I have no reason
Aquí?
to hurt you, Camilo. Now then, what's the easiest way out of this building?
Freaking hurts.
Through the gym. But there's
my
probably
God.
guys with guns there.
I
The other
killed
way
them
out
all.
is through the basement.
I killed them all.
Let me guess. It's full of infected.
I can take care of them.
Yes. So there is no easy way.
Okay.
The gymnasium
I'm gonna
is
clear
the easiest
basement,
way.
Stay on the radio and wait for my signal. You try to escape, I kill you myself.
Oh, okay, he's just sitting there. Oh, but I want to go back in there. I didn't look at there. Let me in. Let me in. I don't know this was gonna be it. I guess it was gonna be nothing. Yippee. I was gonna try to break his neck. Come here, big boy. Oh, no! Too big of a boy! Too big of a boy! Guess camouflaging won't work at all. What type of Basamonte is this? That was personal. I ran this man over. Just to go hit that man. Whoa. Okay. Ew. Ew. Okay. I should just always do the freaking scooter handle. Anyone we know? No one wants to hear about? What the hell? Well, now you can't say it like that because now we want to know. We're unfortunately knowers, and we like to know useless information. Hello? F? Oh yeah, wait, I asked earlier. Anybody into Formula 1? Anybody see the one? Because I had some friends at work that were like, rightfully upset that he won. I was like, wow, I love
Camilo,
him.
the way forward's clear. Get your ass out here.
It's dark outside.
I'm coming.
Ray, I'm outside with that scientist I told you about.
I
Where
almost
you
thought,
at?
oh no, the makeup I have on. I don't have any makeup on. Oh, we.
There in a minute.
That was fucking
Wait
horrifying.
here. A car will be here soon to take you somewhere safe.
Don't watch Formula 1.
Here. Key
Tragic.
to the archive. You'll find all kinds of data there.
My friends at work were so upset. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Turn on your headlights, sir. I know you're trying to be discreet, but I can't see anything. Oh, now I can go back. I can speak English, I swear. This is why I can't talk to other performers, because then I'm like, I'm gonna accidentally talk like that. They're like, are you sure you're a performer? You can't speak. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I'm just stupid. Can I tear somebody apart again? Is it right at the fucking... Fuck you. God damn. English be hard. English should really be hard. Oh, I got soap. What'd you do to your pinky? Oh, a note. Please report the modifications have successfully stabilized exogenous pathways, enabling the design to be a novel Line mode specific requirements. I understand the primary objective to the GSB extraction and remains that case. It require a host capable of producing high concentration helostrin. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, okay. Just started hurting today? That's weird. I'm like, my thumb was hurting and it still somewhat is. It feels like it was bruised or something. Mine is most likely from trying to pull things. Because that's what mine happens. But like, it hurts in such a weird way. But it's like, what did I do? The hands are so freaking sensitive. And I'm like, I'm sorry. What did I do to you? Oh, I'm not opening that yet. Sorry, dude. You're dead. Can't grip anything without hurting. That's weird. I hear a zombie. What's this one? A wonderful Christmas time. Transmission and textual graphic information. An MRI study confirmed that during the telepathic task, the intensity of the brain activation mirrored the observation in 2014 studied. Oh my god, so that must be in the original incident. I had to explain this game to the performer last night, and I'm like, how do I... Zombie apocalypse, but first one was in one place, and he worked for the government, and then was like, actually, you're kind of bad. That's kind of how I told him. Hi, Giraffe. Slapping people? Oh, we have not been slapping enough people. And Christmas tree? I did! I put a Christmas tree up. I was so adamant this year and very determined and telling my mom and everything, like, we are getting a Christmas tree. So she ended up buying one. It's 6 foot, but it's a cheap 6 foot because I got mad. They measure it from the little top of it when you put it up. That's 6 foot. Very upsetting. But it's a very cute, like, small, like, skinny type tree. So it's very cute. We put up some ornaments on it and it was pre-lit already. So it already had the lights in it, which was kind of nice. I did like that. So yeah, we got a Christmas tree up. I was very adamant of making it feel like Christmas this year. I even bought myself a Christmas blanket. I will have to show. That shit's so nice. I bought this blanket to go over my bed because it's also really cold right now. It's so soft. I bought it for $24 at Marshall's. That shit is the softest thing I've ever fucking felt. Oh my god. Like, I'm so happy I bought it because it's so soft. Oh, a Grinch blanket? That's so cute. Because I had a Nightmare Before Christmas. And technically that is the holidays. That still works. But I was like, no, I want like a Christmas one. I also bought my dog a Christmas lamb chop. It was a Santa lamb chop. It was very cute. Gladly slap you. Fuck yeah, fuck it up. We're the worst people here. We're quite literally the best people. No one can ever change my mind. Oh my god. Oh, this has blood on it. Objective, artificially induced aggressive reaction. Yeah, you guys can't see like half of this because of me. Internet recording further revealed that abnormal brain activity persisted beyond the duration of the stimulation. Specifically, the alpha stabilization issues were observed for up to 24 hours following the test. Further studies are being warranted. I think that's like about his... Okay, quick note about this projector. There's some kids now that don't know what the fuck this is. And that kind of makes me feel sick to my stomach. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you don't know what that is? I have to get a new silly blanket? Yes, if you get a new blanket, show. I'll have to take a picture of mine. Mine looks like a candy cane. Because it's the candy cane stripes with candy canes on it and little bows. Because it's white, green, and red. It's very cute. It's so soft. Kids, am I right? I agree. The OG projector, I miss it because you could draw on it. With a little expo marker. It was so cool. Especially when, like, literally you would pull out, like, the clear sheets and the teacher would write on it. I always loved that. But yeah, these kids don't know it all now. Core structural protein. Raised mineral levels can lead to mineral hyperactivity, resulting in the overproduction of oxygen required. Oxide, I don't know. Requires precise extraction, stabilization of protocols. I thought that it is Dr. It's not Dr. Pepper, but it's Dr. Peter. Who's your doctor? Oh, Dr. Pepper. That would be Jordy. Jordy's doctor is Dr. Pepper. I miss the good old projector so much. You used to sit next to it and all school with buzz and the smell of burnt dust. Yeah. Oh. Oh, it's still dark outside? I didn't lollygag enough? Oopsie. Oh yeah, I may have done that one. I may have killed him.
Secure the building. Let's go. Move. Fucking scavengers.
I was like, I didn't do that.
Oh, that's just great.
Oh my god, Crane, get the fuck out of here. Turn off your flashlight. Fucking run for it, Crane, run for it! They can deal with it. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. There's people out here too. Stop shooting me. Stealing your car. Turn on the car faster. I actually don't know where I can go because I didn't drive into this location. Oh my god, Crane, which way did you jump out? Oh my god, I did not drive far at all. Anyways. That was horrifying driving through those things. Wait till morning. That got me fucked up. Yeah. Ones work a lot better, they're 100% more effective. There's new ones? Do y'all remember the transition from the projectors to then those digital screens where they would have the weird pen for like they would use it on the whiteboard? I don't miss chalkboards. I do like whiteboards better. I do like chalk, but I don't.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate. The smart boards? Yeah. I don't really like those at all. Do I want to keep any of these? This is what I currently have out. No. You know, fuck it. We're gonna keep that one for a little bit. Like that. We're gonna dismantle. I like these for the gun parts. Why did I move you down there? I would really like to use one of these times, but I won't. We're keeping that one because I will use that at a later time. I miss you too. I hope everything's been going well because I know you've just been busy and been doing stuff. You've been working. You be hard working. Literally hard working. I have more redeemables. There's so many free things that you get in Dying Light. I still like my car skin that I have, which was another redeemable that I got. Guts Buster. Damn. Meow, 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 meow. Let's see what car skins we have. I'm having mood swings because my period is coming up and it's kind of funny. Oh no. As long as it's funny. I think at this one is equipped. Nighthawk. Police! What's patrol? I had this one for a while. Blood Drive. Apex car skin. No, we had this one. We had the Apex car skin. Sunset SUV. Retro. Meow, 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 meow. Where do we deliver? So we're gonna do this one. We're not gonna do that one. That's the car driving one, and I do not feel like doing that. Is my car still there? Oh my god, my car's still parked. As long as the mood swings haven't been bad where you've been in agony. Because they really do just be that way. I don't know which way to drive right now. This area is kind of really covered. And, okay, this way. Whoa. Get off of my freaking car. Oh, that got him off. Okay. He hit my windshield. I've done since last Thursday. Damn. That's no fun. They ain't stopping anytime soon. That's crazy. Meow 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 meow. Oh, I cut that too sharp. I love the human bodies. I love the way our bodies work. They don't make sense. Okay. This has actually been a really calm drive up here. Besides the one guy who jumped on our windshield. Yeah, okay. Excuse me. Oh, stuck on a rock. Zippity doo da. Zippity yay. Can they not have? No, because they shouldn't be able to. Well, Crane's not affected by it. Yay, buddy. Okay, so I need to talk to her, but there's somebody else with a mission as well. Okay, he's up there. So we'll do this.
Lydia?
Kyle.
Don't happen
Find
every
anything
time.
interesting?
Only like 3 seconds. No, dude,
Yeah.
that's how.
A lot of research data thanks to that scientist.
How
Have
it'd
you
be
talked
for
to him
me.
yet?
Sometimes I get really bad, like cramps
What
where I'm dying
scientist?
and keeling over, and then sometimes
The
I'm like,
one I
wow,
sent
that's
with
nice,
Lydia.
and I'm like, oh no,
One
it's coming
Piece
for the
Day
next
has
one.
new
with
top
you.
loaders and puppified
Shit.
One Piece cards.
I found one of the Baron's scientists at the school and convinced him to cooperate. I sent him back
Yes,
with Red.
I had to think about like, what the fuck are those?
Let me see if I can reach out
Yes,
to him.
I was gonna go buy some actually recently. Oh no, she's
Come on,
talking in the
Ray.
brain.
Respond. I can't reach him. Something must have happened. Kyle, please find them.
Okay, yeah, let me try and retrace the route and see if I can find out what happened.
B, I was telling Car that we need to plan a girls' day for Disney. That's the next trip. Meow, 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 meow.
Easy, what's the problem?
Hello.
I picked up radio chatter between the Baron's guards. Looks like they're transporting a large batch of chemical compounds.
They say what for?
Compounds.
That's what we don't know, but it can't be good. Better check
It's
it
never
out.
good if it's a Baron.
Where are they heading with those chemicals?
Camping park northwest of here.
Got it.
Ooh.
I just love peeing my pants.
Oh
It's
my
my favorite thing
God.
to do, and I like being mean.
Oh, not then being mean. My car would never, our trade. The computer's controlling bone mix wrapped in a protective meat scale and floating on a rock in space revolving around a giant furnace, and it turns hydrogen into helium in millions of degrees. Of course we'd have mental problems. Where the freak that come from? But you're right. I agree, Doc. I agree. Need to rewatch Bleach. I hate Bleach. I love Bleach. That's such a special little show. I really want to watch the, like... It really does feel like the reboot of it when they decided to be like, hey, so it's back again. Because I want to see it. I like the animation of it now.
I don't want anything from you.
Granny's such a... It's just that... Oh, and he's actually really cool. And you guys should all, like, talk to him. He's really freaking cool. He does actually pull some sick... Oh, she's fucking dead.
A human face.
Or her favorite old lady's dead, I think. Ma'am, are you okay? Oh. Guard does pull some sick-ass moves in Repo. Can't lie. Did a chemical imbalance my brain? No joke. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that is a joke? Also, I think I'm gonna run to the restroom in a moment. I'm gonna figure out where I need to go. I get back into my core. I have no gas in this core. There we go. Just a little bit. Okay, so where are we going? Oh, we're just going back down the road. Going back down the road. Oh, hey. Oh, I needed to talk to Star Child. Can I get out of this car? There we go. Let's go talk to Star Child and then I'll go to Star Child and then I'll pause it and then we'll come back and accept that quest. I knew there was something else here. It's just, you know, that was last week that Star Child talked to us and I haven't been here since, so I was like, oh, oopsie. I think it's... No, it should be from down below. Damn, there's trees in this cave. Yeah, there we go. Star Child's back here. Star Child.
It hurts.
Okay. I'm gonna leave you guys babysitting Crane. Okay. He's not sick, I swear. He has his little mask on. Okay, he's a silly little guy. He's got his scooter handle. Let me get Nessie. Here's your little Nessie. What did I drop on the floor? Oh, my cat plushie. Oop. I hit the button. I need to put a new button here. I don't know who to put though. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get something to drink, run to the restroom. Nessie is here with you. I should really make Nessie a little Christmas hat. Because I don't have one. But I feel like he needs one for the holidays, you know? Anyways, I'll be right back. Watch Crane. Make sure he doesn't do anything. And yeah, enjoy the Christmas music because I'm not changing it. It's staying. I got a box. That's gonna be the tiniest box inside the box. Hello. Sorry, we have Disneyland planning. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh my good heavens, Sydney. Yeah, I got my mom's coworker in today, but her with her kids, but she is losing her mind. She's losing her mind. So I got myself Sprite. That poor lady does not have patience, and it's the holidays at Disney. So I was just like, wait, let me show her the... I just sent her a screenshot of like the times for Deadpool and Wolverine for her. Oh my god. Let me open my package. How did I know it was for me? Oh, I guess it does say my name, but very little. What'd you and Nessie talk about? What'd y'all... You, William... What did William hold you unassisted? I want Sarah to hold me against my will. Oh, you want me to hold you against your will? Okay, Gothic, you're stuck here. You can't leave us. Doesn't get me into Disney. Kev, you fucking work there. You fucking work at Disney. Get yourself in. Loser. Loser. I love that stupid. I'm trying to pop the air. I'm like, you work there, Kev. If you worded it as Sarah doesn't go to Disney with me, fair. Fair. Oh my god, I can't keep that one. Mr. Jordy 214. My headphones came in, that's it. It's a principle of the thing. Okay, well, sign yourself in. Oh my god. Oh, I needed to get this side too. I don't know if Jordy 214 is here. I'm trusting him by his full government online name. Oh my god. I got myself Arctic Game Buds. But they're clear plastic. This is like little Christmas. This is my treat for streaming. But also because my AirPods are kind of dying. Ben Grimm's principal? We don't got him no more. Dude, I don't know why they keep on taking away characters. Wow, this is so pretty. Download the mobile app. Okay. I'll just keep you in there. I'll do that afterwards. Oh my god, look at that. Look at my little egg. My little egg. My little egg. My little egg. It's so cute. How weird it would be if Sarah referred to us by her full username. Oh my god, that's a nice, like, open. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm very excited for these. Sorry. I was like, how do I charge you? What cord do you take? Can I charge you with this right, Meow? Oh, blessed be I can. Okay, we're just gonna do that. Is it out yet? Oh, which is it? Outlast Trials? It comes out, the update comes out tomorrow. So tomorrow it comes out. I don't know what time. Also, Doc out of spite now. Thank you, Doc Awesome96. You're so right. It would be so weird if I addressed you all by your full usernames. Just like Sincerely Gothic. A Giraffe DRH. I missed the thing. You know, why have something normal here when I can just start referring to everybody as their full God-given username?
What's vital is the
Yours doesn't sound that weird because I call you, like, I don't know, Sincerely Gothic isn't that bad.
pretty good.
A Giraffe TRH, however, is a little bit of a mouthful.
Hey man, something's come up.
Doc Awesome
Hey, Doc
96
Awesome
also.
96. Hello, Keith Reland. How is it going?
Something's troubling
Sincerely
me.
Gothic.
But just like it is something we are face to face, so like yeah, I can see that. What's going on?
All right, mate. You see, there's a spot I found where our telepathic
What is
abilities
wrong
are
with
getting
Crane?
disrupted.
What is wrong with Kyle Crane? Oh. Don't you dare, Kev Shadow? What? Don't you dare what, Kev Shadow? I will say, when I say type out, Kai3Len's username when I'm doing the ads for the announcements, I do say Kai3Len. So yes, you're entirely right. Our government usernames. Naila Shre. I don't know how to say yours. Yours is just your fucking name backwards. That's gonna really trip me up. I want to pop. Ooh, and ice cream. Ice cream for breakfast, because I remember you talked about that. Sincerely Gothic, but like...
Nylos Ray.
Nylos Ray. Okay, there we go. That's how we say your name. Ice cream for breakfast sounded really good, but I know that it's really bad. This is nice. I got the mini for the Sprite. It's the winter cranberry, the limited edition one. Ice cream all the time. I miss making ice cream. I used to make it all the time with my
Any
grandpa.
progress with your experiment? That stimulant you whipped up.
But also,
Is it helping
I
people?
stopped making ice
It
cream.
is. There's been
But
a
because I'm
noticeable
lactose
improvement in my
intolerant.
patient's self-motivation. People are more
To
willing
talk to
to get
Crane,
up
who
out of
was right in
bed.
front of him.
Some even talk about leaving the cave.
Oh, so you're
I don't
starting
know,
a
Doc
minor
Awesome
revolt?
96. I don't remember.
No,
All I remember
nothing
is
like
that Crane got sassy
Anyway,
with him.
Back to the point. As I was saying, there's a place where our telepathy
I'm
is
so
being
excited
jammed.
for these new headphones. They're like these types of in-ear, but they're Bluetooth, so I can take my friends with me.
And how does that concern me?
Too risky for all of us not to know what's going on over there.
It's very chaotic
All right.
today.
Any
Yep, I
idea
fucking
what
hate it.
could
It's
be
okay,
jamming
Doc
the
Awesome
mind
96.
waves?
I too hate it.
Whatever
But
it
I
is,
should scare
it's
any
bad.
newcomer that comes in and
Bandits,
address them by their full
Baron,
username and act so
monsters
casual
gone
about it.
crazy.
I
Or
will
it could
proceed
be
to
the
stop
wild
now
imagination
because
of an
saying
aging
Doc Awesome
hippie.
96 every time
Hey.
is kind of a lot.
I'm not the only one here who's
I will
aging.
not lie.
Touche.
Listen, we can get you to hear our thoughts, but we can't exactly block anyone else's or do mind control. Yet
Mind control?
this,
You're scared.
maybe. And you're not.
Tell me where I should go.
I'm not scared of
East
anything
here.
except for spiders, because for
I'll check
some
it out.
reason I feel like one's gonna hit me in the face and I don't want them. Shaylin. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. I had the like,
Check that area out, please. It's no joke.
I haven't left yet, okay? Calm down. During Thanksgiving week, I had one night when I had the experience of hearing a barn owl scream at me in the middle of the night. That was horrifying, but tell me why I had that happen. And then also 2 other nights, I had to deal with spiders around me at night when I came home, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? The spiders were not very nice. I don't care what they were doing there or what their purpose was. I did not need a spider right next to my face when I flipped on the light. It was quite rude. It was very rude of them, but that owl scared the shit out of me. Like, whoever sent you, owl, please don't scream at me at 1 o'clock in the morning. Stop following somebody because they refuse to call me Doc, or... Oh, wait, because they refuse to call me Doc or use my full username? DACA. Multiple times, and they said, I know you want Doc, but I'm gonna call you Daka. Get used to it. Daka's so weird. I mean, that's why I always tell people here. It's like, I'm gonna start calling you something, but if you want something else, let me know. Because especially, like, I could have ended up calling you Awesome. Because, like, I'm just gonna pick a random bit of your name, and that's what I'm gonna stick with until somebody tells me otherwise. But, like, literally, it's like, if somebody doesn't want you to call them that, you don't call them that. That's weird. People of the internet are very weird.
Kyle, I'm wondering if Ray took a shortcut through the village.
That scared the shit out of me.
All right, I'll start with the village. Crawling with infected.
Is this how Crane feels? Like it just like the boom, boom, boom. Oh, I can't go that way. Get off. Sorry, I had manual hit. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I think he took a shortcut. Anyways. Sorry, I will use this freaking car till it's death. Back it on up. I backed it up too much. Daka, it was Duka? Oh, that's almost like Dookie. Okay, if that guy up there could stop spitting on me. Oh god, that's gonna end my car. Oh god! Oh god, Crane! Explode faster! Explode faster! Well... Drive by! Bonk! Where is that car trap? Oh, it's in there. That's weird. It's still just the weird concept that it's like, you're not gonna respect somebody's, like, wishes. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Hey, come here. Hit you in the butt, hit you in the butt, hit you in the butt. Ow, that was my face. So you coming at me? That's not very nice. Don't throw things. It's not very nice. Oh, that was not very nice. He's gonna run. Can we do this? Boom, boom. Ew. I don't know why I let him do that every time. Can you fall? Can you fall, please? I need to loot you. Oh, oh, the explosion must have killed that one. Like, oh, is he dead?
Shit.
Oh,
bastard. Where the fuck is Camilo?
Did that? Oh my god, that went through his head. Oh, sorry, Crane. I set you on fire. That went through his fucking head. Not the Charlie Brown song.
Hi, how is everyone doing right now?
I'm doing good. My thumb hurts. I won't lie.
Tracks.
Oh. Crane, how did we see that? I have Sprite though. I'm so excited about my headphones. Man, is no one gonna... I hope somebody responds to your message, Doc. Oh no. Oh, he couldn't answer to that door, so he kept on going. Open! I guess I'll loot it. Oh, okay, I won't loot it. There's nothing there. There was also nothing there. Oh, he found a way in here.
Looks like it went inside.
Bought some
I need to find
soju the
another
other
way in.
night? Oh, what type of soju? You're telling me I can't go through that window? That's blasphemy. What? Oh. Sorry, Crane. I kind of spazzed you out, I won't lie. Can I go through there? Damn. Can I go to this mode? Damn. All these good options of windows. Oh. Ooh. That's not how that was supposed to happen. Dehydrated and stuck under 2 cats? No, the cats are just trying to make you feel better. They're like, Mother.
Lydia, I found
Mother,
the
what
car.
happened?
I'm sorry. Ray didn't make it. I haven't found the scientist yet, but I'll keep looking.
Poor Ray.
Yeah, he got a whole pole
Let's hope
through
that
his head.
scientist is still alive. We're coming to help. Please be careful.
I think he just crashed, I'll be honest. Hungry and thirsty, just children. I know you're trying to help. Little kitties, I know you're trying to help. But like... Jesus Christ. But like, let the mother up. Free thy mother. Let her get water. Let me in. No. The top, not the bottom. Okay. Let's go. Creepy crawling. I'm telling you, I could have broken down that window. Oh, this makes me depressed. They had a cat. This person had a cat. Are you dead? That makes me so sad, like apocalypse of any sort, like... Oh, they had a dog, too. Cause oh, my Jesus, I wasn't even looking at you. Scared me. Like, I don't want to think about what happened to their kitties. It's right there. Like, I don't want to think about that. That makes me so sad. Can I not take that perfume? That dog is haunting. I fear that, zombie's alive. He's not. Ooh, who left their drink and chips there? Yeah, but you are very far away. No. Children deserve soup. And Pedialyte. Okay, well, is there any goodies over here? Did he turn into a zombie? Ow! I really hope he didn't... Oh. Oh my god. Damn, the fucking bang bang. It's from me smacking his head. It's when I got into a fight about an apocalypse combo. He said, give it like 3 days before he ate my dogs and cat, and I realized I'd released them before I ate them. That's crazy that he thought that. Like, oh my god. Does that friend... Sit down. Does that friend own any animals? Or have owned any animals before in their life? Like, I would never. I would try to save them or release them because that's like, especially dogs. Like, that's not bad.
Oh,
To
Jesus,
like,
it's you.
just let them free.
What the
Cats I
fuck
worry about all
happened?
the time.
Ray was taking it slow, trying to avoid the infected, when a big one came out of nowhere and threw this telephone pole right through the windshield and...
You can tell me later. Right now, we need to get you the hell out of here. Can you walk?
Yeah, I'm okay.
30
I got lucky.
hours. That's so much.
Camilo.
Lydia, is it really you?
They know each other.
I always wondered if you made it.
We did. We survived. But we'll talk later. We're not
Damn,
safe
she brought
here.
the whole gang.
Take Camilo and head back to the cave.
She brought the whole gang to pick him up. She was
Kyle,
married.
Thank you. What you did today could change everything. Sven was right. I need to start trusting people if we're going to survive.
Yeah. Oh, I
So,
popped my
you and
thumb.
Camilo are old friends.
Okay, Crane, don't
exactly
sound so
friends.
sassy.
Like you, many of us were test subjects, and Camilo was the scientist assigned to us. But unlike most of the Baron's men, he treated us like human beings, not guinea pigs.
So unfortunate. Kyle Crane didn't
He
get that
developed the
treatment.
infusions we used to keep us from turning. He experimented with various mycota to see which was most effective.
And it worked?
Yes, but not without consequences. We suffered many genetic mutations. But while our bodies changed, we didn't
That's so
lose who
sad.
we
I
were.
hate that, Shaylin. I hate that. I would cry.
So, what's your plan?
I know the Baron needs to be stopped, but we're not ready to take him on yet.
I could never hurt my little
Perhaps
babies.
with Camilo's help, we will be. He helped us to discover and develop our telepathic abilities, and I'm hoping he can help us evolve them even further. His research may hold the breakthrough we need. I'll reach out if anything comes of it. In the meantime, my people could really use your help.
Okay.
And Kyle, I apologize for being so prickly. But trust doesn't come easy to me. Just know,
Girlie, I was
appreciate
experimented on
everything
too.
you've
I
done
get
for
it.
us. Take this as a token of gratitude.
It's all good. Thanks.
I got a freaking gun. Have fun lurking, Gothic. Stay well.
Olivia, do you copy?
What's up, Kyle?
I liberated a scientist eager to escape the Baron. And get this, he and the leader of that new settlement I've been working with have a history. The scientist's name is Dr. Camilo Marin. He knows what the Baron's up to and wants to help us out.
Dr. Marin. He's one of the Baron's top scientists. 2 years ago, he suddenly just disappeared. This might just be the break we needed.
Oh, there's more. I grabbed the data drive from the lab. Figured you might find something useful on it.
And you're just telling me this now? That could have all the answers we've been looking for.
Okay, I just got it, girlie.
Meet me at the cement factory. It's in the industrial
I
area.
just got it, okay?
Risking your life again?
We've talked about this. I do the scouting, you do the killing. I think I found another
Okay.
one.
Oh my god, this does just have more ear tips. Oh my god, I can't open this one. Sorry, I had compulsions to open this. I did not open it nicely at all. I opened that awfully, and now I had to put it back in here. Was there gunfire in the game? I do like this. The cord is so pretty. I'm so scared of ripping my thumbnail off. That sounds really dramatic, but it's broken so low that it's crazy. Let us learn from... Eat your neighbors? Okay, well that's fine. Just don't eat my cat. Don't eat my children. Dude, the cord is so cool too, because it has the clear plastic at the tip. That's so cool. Okay. Putting my trinket away. looting this house. How long have we been streaming? Okay, not long at all. I kinda want to nap. I'm not going to nap. What if I go shopping? So we're Disney bounding when I take in B and the gang. I don't have an outfit. It is fucked. Farmers who had the same issue about this cow? What an interesting conversation we've gone on. I'm the cause of it. I caused this, but like, damn. What a conversation we have stumbled upon. So bright. Okay. I guess we're climbing this crane.
Kyle, I know this is a bit of a detour from your main focus, but finding your enemy means nothing if you're not strong enough to face him.
Okay, so more Chimera.
And thanks for reminding me when I forget.
Crane, I don't think that you ever forget. Okay, let's do some little pit stops. I kind of want to sit now. I feel a little bit... Oh my god, a lucky charm. I feel a little bit better. I think I can actually sit down like a normal person. So let's see if I can. I don't know if that was too low or not. I don't think I can, but I'm a little bit more comfortable. My foot was starting to hurt. So what do we have? I can do this. Get that quest. Is this the... What's this one? Get to the rail yard. And then that's the speeding one. Okay. Oh! I forgot I'm on a rooftop. I should be careful when I suddenly start running straight. Can I climb this? Oh. I want to climb the statue. Hello. I'm on the horse. Okay, we are gonna change up the music. I'm getting tired of this. I'm not too tired. What's on the day list? Downtown vibes only. Fashion Monday. Fashioned Monday afternoon. Okay, the game and the music is stressing me out. Okay, I'm moving. Do I have any Boombas? Hi, he's looking at me. Ow! Oh my god. Fuck you. Yeah. Oh! How rude. How? Okay. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Come on, you're next, fuck off. Zombies are so rude. What you angry about? Uh-huh, I'm not shoplifting. Okay, he's stuck back there. But the mere moment he is, stuck back there. You good, sir? Why don't we take, like, nice clothes from here, Crane? Okay, I put him out of his misery. Do-do-da. Go back and banana. I really want to watch The Mummy I might have to bust out. I have from Nikki a long time ago because when I wanted to stream movies for movie nights, she gave me her DVD like hookup for her PC. And I just have never used it because I never quite figured it out of how to use it. But I really want to watch The Mummy. I mean, I can pull out my DVD player and watch it on my actual TV. I love doing that. I love having a lazy day where I just snapping your neck when I just lay on the couch and watch The Mummy. Almost bought The Mummy for Bot Shop yesterday. Just looks so bad. Oh my god, no! Agony. I want to buy more copies of The Mummy. I will not lie. I should make everybody watch The Mummy. Dude, I wanna learn beat track, cause then I can see if I can get to work with you there, and then we can watch The Mummy together. But no, they don't. They keep me apart from my wife. Ooh. Oh, it was over here. Go back up and Lucky duck. There it is. I did almost miss that. Ooh, feathers. We should put Crane in heels. I watched it recently, but I would love to watch The Mummy. The Mummy is such a good watch. I really do want to watch the second one. No lie, I want to watch the third one. I do really love the third one because that was a fixation of like historical stuff that I really loved. Egyptian does not top it at all, but I did really love the terracotta soldiers and all that. Did love that. Did love that a lot. But I want to watch The Mummy. I want to watch it so badly. It's my favorite romance. And it's spooky. It's not really spooky. It always throws me off that it is technically a horror movie. Like, yeah, I guess it is. But like, no, that's a romance. That's a romance. Oh my god, I learned about somebody else at work. Because he doesn't like horror movies. And I was like, okay. And we were talking about it because I'm like, I love horror. I don't know, it's really entertaining to me. I love the stories. I think because a lot of psychological stuff in it, and it's just a lot of fucked up themes that are hidden within that because of just normal reality. But he just doesn't find them interesting. It's not entertaining for him. And I was like, okay, okay. Who? Oh my god, your boyfriend! I still can't believe, I cannot believe that happened. Yeah, he doesn't like horror. That's so funny. Yeah, he said he doesn't like horror, and I was telling him, I was like, but I love horror. Oh, we had brought up FNAF, that's why.
Eventually.
Mr. Freddy Fazbear, because I made a face at my phone. I was like, what? It was a giant, like, suit of Freddy that somebody was walking in. The Thor thing. Fair.
Hey, can you...
Yeah. If Jamar
doesn't sound too
didn't
good.
like horror, I feel like that
it's
people...
been
Does
that
he
way
like
for
horror?
days.
I actually don't know anymore now.
Fellas, sound good it doesn't. Look good, I
The
don't.
fucking cat
What
scratched
was,
me on my
was.
arm.
What is. Whatever will be, will be.
Knock it off, Liam. You need help.
Is that any way to talk to your big brother? Besides, his kind don't work for free.
No, not for free.
No.
And my kind also need to know what needs to be done.
Dr. Jamie here will tell you.
Lord, grant me patience. You see,
Oh my
our
god.
years-long vacation at the Barrens left Liam without any immunity. Now he needs Doravine.
Oh.
Doravine?
Immunodeficiency drug. Help us. We'll compensate you.
Okay. You can just give me some cookies.
Why won't you accept my help?
Oh.
Just look at me.
Why do you look
got
at me
more
like that?
important things to do.
I'll be the judge of that.
Damn.
He doesn't want to bother you.
I want to
or
watch.
anyone.
I want to watch movies now.
Not just a physician, but a shrink too.
I want to go shopping. Wild Sarah, hi Max, how are you? It is a Wild Sarah.
Tell me more about that vacation of yours.
Oh, well, I got a makeover. A whole new bod.
I'm not shrimping, but I'm not leaning back in my chair either.
Right? Just some souvenirs courtesy of the Baron.
Gave up a lung? Damn.
We got taken to his lab as kids. Liam, he suffered
that's
more
so sad.
experimentation. He
How are
protected
you
me.
doing, Max?
Forget about it.
Any
Just
good
long ago.
mangas recently? Too bad, thank you for asking. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I've been doing good. Was a little stressed
Where do I
out,
find
was
the
a little
medicine?
depressed, but now I'm bouncing back. Oh no.
Funny.
Actually, he's telling the truth. Jenna's runners came across an old pharmacy in the villa area. Inside it, they even found a fridge with meds.
Oh,
Really?
fridge
A
that
fridge?
works.
Yeah, an old one. But they didn't get a chance to grab anything. Infected chased them off.
I appreciate it, guys, but you're just wasting your time.
I apologize
Back?
for him.
Okay,
Kyle,
welcome back.
please, help us.
I'm doing good.
I'll see what
I'm
I
doing
can
much
do.
better.
Thank
Was it a
you.
little depression spurts? As I feel like we all get during the holidays. Different levels of it, but still, it just be that way. But other than that, I'm doing good. I have some... Oh my gosh, the Sprite's so bubbly. I have some, fun things coming up, so I'm very excited for that. So, like, it'd be good. I'll be fine. Ooh, I need to take a trip out there. I need to go buy some new things. Doing well. Where's booty cheeks? Seasonal depression be hitting? Seasonal depression, yeah. And like, I genuinely actually really loved when it got really dark here not too long ago because we had so much rain. And I think it's because we don't get rain. We don't get rain. So it's really fun when we get rain, except then I was depressed because then I had to go to work when it was raining. I was like, no, this is like stay home weather. Disneyland just closed. It's stay home weather. I ran into a tree. But other than that, just a little holiday depression. I'm very excited though because I've been bundling up gifts for a whole bunch of people. I need to go out. I think I might go out today. Or tomorrow morning before I leave. Because I've been buying my friends little gifties. But I need to buy my other friend a gift. Because it's her birthday weekend coming up. Oh my god, wait. Doc, you said your birthday's on the 11th, yeah? I think that's the same day as my friend's birthday. I always forget the day because usually when I forget somebody's birthday, it's off by like a day. Either a day early or a day late. Because my brain can never remember the exact thing until I scribble it in my brain. I gave Santa Claus. I have money. I might as well spend it on my friends. I'm getting more comfortable with spending my money. Which sounds very funny, but because I don't like spending it at all, even if I am in a safe spot to spend money. But I'm like, no, you know what? I have money. Let me treat my friends who don't have a lot of money and get them some nice gifts. And I'm getting things that they can use. And I'm getting not a lot of stuff for my family, but I really want to do stocking stuffers. So I've been getting stuff that they actually need and putting it in there. Just like generic things, but like just like something a little nice. My dad got confused with the 12 because he got... Oh my god, that sucks for him because that's a big momentum. Like, that's a big day. But then that's right there. That's fair. Okay, so you have the same birthday as my friend. Because I'm pretty sure she's the 11th. But her birthday is on the... Like, we're celebrating it on the 13th. But I need to get her a gift. I have part of her gift, but I want to get her something else, too. Hold on. I don't have any explosions. Yippee. I hit him right in the head. I really like this thing. Wow. Oh, is he okay? Oh. Why'd he come running around the corner like that? Okay. Staff, I'm gonna do nothing and watch you. If you do want to join for Resident Evil, you are more than welcome to. I don't know how that'll work, but if you want to try, you can. But also, you don't need to. You can just sit back and relax. I had that nice day off and everything. Okay, ooh. I need to go buy her a gift. Ooh, hello. Hello. I hate smiling friends. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's ruined me. It's all I think about. Already did that. Okay. Picamante. Get the most silent partner on stream award. That's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. Excuse me, wait. Why would I unlock that? Goes right there. You'll have me and Kai yapping, don't worry. Waiting for payday to try to get volumes 3, 5, and 7 of... I need to breathe. Dangers in my heart from the US, because it's impossible to get the volumes in UK. 7 is at a scalp's price, but it is what it is. That fucking sucks. But at least hopefully you can get that. That fucking sucks. We were talking about it earlier about hobbies and things just becoming so out of reach now because people have turned it into collector things and make money off of it. It's like, no, I just wanted these silly little things because I participate in it. This is interesting that this is on this playlist. Hopefully you can get those. I really want... I don't know when they come out. I'll have to look. Oh, I didn't mean to climb up. Because the Shugochara, like special edition covers were coming out, but I don't remember when. Oh my god, that's like Ghost Hunt. I so desperately want that manga or light novel. But like, it's almost impossible to find because it's so rare. It is to the point that I might as well just buy the light novels and learn Japanese to read it. Hello. Hello, gamer boy. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just yapping about some anime. Oh, this is it. We're just playing some Dying Light today. Welcome in.
Jamie, fridge is empty. Somebody already scooped up the meds. What now?
I'd kill those guys.
Sorry,
Jamie's not with me right now.
I'm a variety streamer.
But I'll tell him
we
there
do
were no
mixed
meds.
bag Mondays.
We'll be in touch.
Farmly Friendly
Copy
Wednesdays and Horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Cool, cool.
Oh yeah. Yes, welcome in. I really should pick up learning a language again. There's a lot of people I work with now that are learning Korean, and it's really cute. Oh my god, I didn't talk about it. I had a slight bit of a crash out because of course I got depressed, and of course when that happened, you know, I wasn't doing my audition stuff and whatnot, but also it's a time period in the like theater world where there's not much going on because then it's hitting the holidays, so there's stuff being posted but there's not as much, so then I don't have too much to be looking at, but so then I'm not doing stuff and I'm not getting roles, so then I was losing my brain and like smashing up against the wall type of thing.
Jamie's birthday's coming up and
Oh, he wants a gift for Jamie.
You want to show him your gratitude?
Don't come near me.
For all he's done.
What did you have in mind?
2 things. The first will be at the old
I'm just gonna stand in the middle of this.
in the villa area.
What about that medicine?
They don't ship to the
Forget
UK.
It can wait. My brother's B-Day is more important.
You
The
sure?
guy she was interested in, it wasn't guy. Oh.
All right.
Oh, they released a hardcover. I know exactly which one you're talking about. Hi. Started yelling at me. Did it just disappear into the world? Ow, that's quite rude of you. Please stop shooting me. No. I should just have a gun out. Oh my god. But that sucks. I didn't know Yen Press doesn't, ow, I'm hurting my hip. Doesn't ship to the UK. I feel like that's weird.
I've intercepted more enemy audio.
I do care about that lady's mission, but, I think I care more about the boys. Check that.
It sounds like the Baron's testing his creature's territorial instincts.
The Chimeras are in the designated zone. The Baron wants to see how long it takes them to take control of an area.
Isn't there a settlement in that zone?
Yeah, that's all part of the experiment.
Ew.
Baron's treating that settlement like a testing ground.
That's gross.
He's the worst bloody monster
Two-signed
of all.
copies?
We
Oh,
need to
but
do
which
something.
author? I remember talking about, like, which ones to get. I was thinking about buying, some Katie Robert. I was like, not Robert Katie. That's not right.
Liam, I'm nearing the store.
Go in and look for a t-shirt with the band logo of the blood-sucking bunnies.
The blood-sucking bunnies?
God, I love that band name.
I'll explain later.
Hold on. Blaring it. Blaring it. It reminds me... There's a lot of major bookstores in the UK that ship worldwide. Oh, sorry, just hearing that man wheezing there. Oh. So many in the US that don't ship outside. US, fees, etc. But it's a case. Why does it not ship to you guys? That's weird. I don't know. There's so many like weird things with That was out of spite.
Well, this should be it.
I've already looted this place. Like, there's more loot here now, but like, it's fine.
Liam, got the shirt.
You did? Oh, right.
Shannon May. Okay.
Awesome.
I'm gonna have to look at the name.
Jamie's gonna love it.
See if my friend
Where's
knows
the other
her.
gift?
Mountain Resort.
They
And
read
what am
any
I
of
looking
this stuff.
for?
You'll see. But I bet you'll get a kick out of it.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that.
That way? Okay. Excuse me. Ow. My little charm. Oh my god.
Man, I'm so stoked about that t-shirt.
So the old man was a musician?
Yeah, he played locally. And he even put out an album.
This was a cute story I'm doing, and I don't think I'm gonna like the outcome. I'll be honest.
Everything all right, Liam?
Sorry. It's been so many years. Just give me a moment.
I don't think I'm gonna like the end of this story.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna like the end of the story. Wait, where's the resort? I see. The resort. Well, we're walking there. About me US because that means if stock runs out of the US, people can run stock here, then publishers being based in the US then starts to slow down on restocking here. People, the consumerism right now, I'm not one to talk because I have a shit ton of trinkets, but like it is still just fun to look out and analyze because people buy so much stuff. So that sucks when it slows down for that. Liam's bro's gonna turn. I hope Jamie doesn't turn. I think Liam is turning because Liam's the one who's the sick one, who doesn't have any immuno, because he doesn't have. He has no immune system, so there's nothing in his body currently fighting against the virus, is what I take as. Well, I'm gonna go swimming. Gonna go swimming. That shit haunts me. If fish, why can I not fish? I wonder how... I mean, straight still. Okay. Are that just zombies there? Why does it look like the zombies are just chilling, have a bonfire, chilling out? Can I kill him? He was levitating. One of them fell in the water. And lots, but not multiple volumes. Oh yeah, true. Personal use with those people. Yeah, I hate that. I hate the resellers. Because they're the resellers. Or they bought... I don't know. It's just weird. It's a weird balance of things. It's like, when me and B went to the Sega pop-up store, one, they should have known. They really should have known, so I don't know what happened. But they didn't limit to how many Shadow plushies people could buy, so people were leaving with 5 or 10 of them. And it wasn't until a couple weeks later that they were running out of Shadow. They were like, oh, maybe we should. I'm like, yeah, you should have done that day one. Because then when me and B went, it was like the last weekend, but they had nothing left because it was just people buying to then resell. What I can think about is maybe the US companies have figured out. So I don't know. I've been trying to breathe. My lungs kind of... I need to actually sit with my shoulders back. Companies have figured out that the cost of selling and shipping to the UK is going to be too high, so they have to raise the price for the UK customers. Why they don't buy it, the user saves money and not selling and shipping. Yeah, it's a weird... It's such a weird thing, because then it's sad, because then when you do want it...
Oh, there's the resort.
And then they don't sell it anymore.
Looks
it's
like
like,
someone's here.
Oh, what do you mean somebody's here? I was mid-yap. Get off of here. Is it... Oh, he's dead. Nyak. Ow. Okay. Scooter. 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 Get scootered, losers. Where'd this man's body go? Oh my god, he flew. Give me that. Scooter. Get scootered. Does that mean I can go in here now? Scooter. Scooter. Scooter.
I'm at the resort. So, why am I here?
Oh, there's a lot more dead
wine,
people here.
But didn't love guests swiping bottles, so he built a hidden wine cellar. I doubt anyone ever found it.
Yep, now I can fucking go in here. Okay, we're going up first. I've been waiting to go into here for years. For fucking years since the start of the game. Oh, Mamma Mia's playing. Do 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 do. I guess that's the way down. Maybe the way up as well. No, because the stairs just open. Ships to the pound sterling is stronger than the US. USD. Surely the high UK companies did the ship to US, so why can't it work both ways? I hate it. I hate the currency differences. It always makes for fucky stuff where it's like it doesn't work out, and then so one end of the party is gonna get the short end of the stick. Stricter rules won't allow it to be shipped in? True. There's gotta be something that causes it. And it's either their knowledge of like this probably won't get us as much profit as it should, or it's just they won't let us type of thing. Wow. I have no bangs, and I hate that. I can't say the things I want to say because somebody will yell at me. And if not, somebody will tell my wife and she will yell at me. My wife said I could be the queen at medieval times. That would be quite fun. I sit there. Well, the queen just sits there. The queen don't do shit because the queen shouldn't. But I fought her. Go over here. Silly little things over here. Let me in. What a freak. This should go higher. Oh. You need a dance emo, please? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Are you telling me? Oh, I can't. Okay. That wasn't like that, though. Oh, why is he doing that? Crane, get down. I really do need a dance emote. I have an explode one. You could just explode. Oh, I'm stuck. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. 2.5 with this universe explodes. Meow, 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 meow. Oh. We need to have Meowioki again. Everybody needs to experience the hype that Meowioki was. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Yippee! Ah, yes, such opens there. Okay. I don't think this goes anywhere else. Let's go around. Zippity-doo-dah, around I go. To the Basamante. And all like the US. Oh. Ooh. Let's unlock this. If a manga is explicit or more adult, they rap too? Yeah, except sometimes they also... The wrapped thing is such a hard thing now, because sometimes we get random volumes of like My Hero or some random, like completely normal manga, but they just come wrapped because they do come like shrink wrapped most of the time. But then a lot of people... Hello?
I prefer stronger booze, but thanks.
Seeing as you're there, can you go up to the attic real
Pressure
quick?
hits just right.
Maybe there's still a photo left of our folks.
Oh.
Okay, I'll go check.
To the attic. 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 To the attic.
It's blocked. There's gotta be another way in.
Oh, wait. I don't know why I did that. I was just very excited about going up the stairs. Yippee! What if I just... Kaboom. I'm so glad I made that emote. It was just a random thought I had last night.
Uh-huh.
The frick was that?
Hey, I don't see any photo, but there's a drawing. Signed, Liam 9.
The year before the fall. Remind me, what I draw on there?
Well, seems
Yeah,
like
he's forgetting about his human
family.
side.
Grab it, turn around, and go to the balcony.
Yeah, this wasn't open like this before, so that's quite rude. I've been trying to get into this building this entire game. Would have been nice if you to open it.
It's nice out here.
Right.
Tail emote as my new flirty emote. If you look at it, it's little hearts around it too.
Looking up at the stars.
Well, here's the brotherly love.
Crane, you should drink that with your brother.
Unwinding. Shooting the breeze.
I think he's dying. I think he's dying.
Moments like these are what make us human.
I think he ran from his brother.
Easy to forget that, huh?
Too easy.
Kyle, there's not much I have to offer, but treat this moment as a gift. From me to you.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't like this getting severely dark.
Appreciate it.
I keep on doing things in the dark.
Your condition, how bad is it?
He's not making it.
It's bad.
What about that medicine? Should we look for it? Will it help?
No.
Don't litter, Crane.
Speaking of which, can you meet me outside the cave? That small farm to the south.
Something happened, Liam?
Please.
He wants something?
Important.
All right.
He's dying. Oh! I did not have. Oh my god, I don't know where the freak I'm going. Ah, don't hit me! You're a bitch. Come here. How dare you? That's just quite rude. Ow, he hits my toes. How rude.
Kyle?
Yeah?
Don't blame yourself for anything.
Hold on, what are you talking about?
Thanks. For everything.
Liam, wait. Liam! Damn it.
I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep first. He wasn't gonna make it anyways. Okay, there should be a car here and then I can drive. So that'll be much faster. Drive, Crane. Okay. Should maybe a boom? I hope not. We didn't hear anything. I did sleep, so in theory he would already be gone. But in game knowledge, he's not, okay? They didn't give me a countdown, not a time limit like the last time. So it's okay. It's fine. I can't see where I'm supposed to be going. Okay, good. I'm like, I cannot see the directions no more. Oh, there's Scarlet. Hello, people? Don't explode my car, please. Didn't mean to hit it. Okay, I shouldn't have swung like that, but I really wanted to hit those zombies. I feel like I'm rushing to get to him. Oh, I'm literally getting on the freeway. Okay, we're getting to him. Excuse me, I have someone to help. I have somewhere to be. Move out of the way. I almost crashed because I stopped to honk. Excuse me, I don't care about that loot. I have someone I need to go help. Oh my god, I ran something over. Probably a zombie. If we run out of gas, we fill this up. Oh god. Oh, a ramp! Fuck yeah! Where's that landing me? Okay. Ramp, a good idea mentally. Probably in reality in this game, not a good idea. I'll probably ramp myself off of the freeway. Nobody accepted it. I know, but I need to go help. Okay, Crane thinks he still can help, okay? Mr. Kyle Crane thinks that we can still help, so we are going to help. Also, there's nothing we can do. I think the virus is just literally taking over already. My God, move, hay bales. I have places to be. Where is he? Is he here? I think he's literally here.
Oh, shit.
Aww. All of the places, what? Okay. It says, Kyle, my infection's taken hold. The shrooms no longer help, and I'm turning into a monster. I don't want the mindlessly run around and attack innocent people. Help me and kill me. I'm sorry to drag you into this. I'm sorry for not doing it with my own hands. Frustrating yours. I figured since you already carry so much baggage that a bit extra weight won't be too burdensome for you. Damn, he said, you already kind of have a lot of trauma, so I thought it would be fine. More than once I tried to do it myself, but I couldn't go through with it. I was afraid. Seems it's not too easy to part ways with life, even if life parts ways with you. Cal, give ghost presents to my brother and tell him not to blame himself. He did all he could. Remember the moment on the balcony? Remember me? The way I was and always looked for beauty in life. Why does it sound like he was confessing his love to us there? Thank you for everything, farewell.
Liam.
Let me in. Oh, that's actually really sad. I'm gonna drop kick him. Ew.
Shit.
There we go. Oh, that's really sad.
I knew from the start.
That's why he was so... Hello? Oh, that's just the outside. Can I loot your body? No? Okay. Stop screaming. Oh my God. Who the frick threw up on my door? That was a direct hit. Okay. Crane.
Hold it.
The parkour in this game is a little bit broken. Ow. Oh no, Crane. Get out of the fucking car. I hate the car. Ow, Jesus. What the fuck are you doing to my fucking car? Come here, you are annoying me over there too. Your fucking ankles. I heard that. There's somebody else here? Fuck you. Take out your fucking ankles. Okay, anyways. I hate getting stun-locked into things. Pisses me off in this game. I just wanted to refill my car's gas and drive away. That's all I wanted to do. And they just made it hard. They just made my life difficult. I just want to drive my silly little car. That sounded funny. Okay, we're almost up there at least. I just need a little bit more gas. Pop music. Man, why'd I have to do a depressing... There's always one really depressing story in these games. I still remember there was a couple stories in the first game that really hit. Always made me so sad. The racing side quest in this game? Yes, there is. I've been avoiding it. I have been using their base as a hideout though every once in a while. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Happy to see you're still going.
Music. Music. Well, this is gonna be a sad little reunion.
We need to do something.
Oh.
So he left you a goodbye note too?
He did. Is it all over?
It is.
He hid it from me, from all of us. He knew it wasn't a cold. He knew he was turning. Knew the shrooms stopped working. We could have tried to help him somehow.
Look, you're not responsible for what happened.
Then how come I feel what I feel? My only family.
I know.
That sucks.
Hey, look, these are for you. T-shirt of your father's band, a bottle of wine, and a drawing.
What?
Presents from Liam.
I went shopping for him.
For your birthday.
But my birthday's not even coming up.
Wait, it's not?
Liam, you fool.
I mean, he's not gonna make it to your next birthday, so like...
That clever rascal.
Crane, you would have helped him either way.
What it is. Right?
Yeah. Here's hoping for better days. Take care, Jamie.
Thanks for everything, Kyle.
Wow. That was fucking depressing. I like that how the game rewards you for stuff, because they definitely were not giving you stuff. Oh. I leveled up in something. Where I take my way over the walls with baby. Is it I? No. Skills? Gonna do that. And that's what that is. She looks mad? Who? Who looks mad? The zombies were friendly? Could befriend them and create an army? You could. Guess that one. I only have so many left. The girl at the shop?
Do the same, right?
Yeah, she does. She does. She keeps on having to deal with me, that's why. Oh my god, she's out of her desk area. Oh.
Hey, Camilo, can we talk for a minute?
Oh, they put him in normal clothes.
So when you realized what Fisher was doing, why didn't more of you guys push back?
I'm sure you know the boiling frog metaphor. Fisher was always a narcissist, but never this toxic, never this dangerous. When I first came to work for him, I truly believed he was working towards the greater good. But after the fall, something snapped. He started to unravel and lost his grip on reality.
And you just went along with it?
Those who didn't disappeared.
I'm so excited about these things, bro.
This research you were doing.
Do you know? I do not know the boiling frog.
It's my area
I don't think
of
so.
expertise. Neurophysiology. My doctoral dissertation was on the role of mirror neurons in sensory processing and brainwave synchronization.
Got it. And if you were to translate that into English?
Basically, I was researching a physical theory of extrasensory perception.
Crane confirmed. Stupid.
Working for the Baron as long as you did, you must have some idea of where he's vulnerable. What are his weaknesses?
I would say his overconfidence, his arrogance. But the man is deeply paranoid.
Ooh.
He sees everyone as an enemy. So he's always on guard, anticipating every move
I can see that. I need to catch up with that. I'm still in the last episode of season 4.
Convince him we're terrified of him. He may decide we're not a threat.
I held on to that episode until the new season came out.
Play to his ego. That is his Achilles heel. Thank you for the conversation, but I really must get back to work.
Yeah, me too.
Better not turn my people against me.
I wasn't doing anything, ma'am. I was just gonna come say hi to you, damn. It's really good. Yeah, my parents started watching it last night because I thought it was gonna be 3 episodes, but it's 4, so they watched 2. But yeah, I've been trying to watch through the last episode of season 4, which is 2 hours. So like, yeah, I got a lot of it. So I've been just like watching it in increments. Let me see where to go next. You drop a frog into boiling water and immediately jump out. However, if you put the frog up in a pot of water and slowly rise the temperature until it boils, the frog won't jump out because it gets used to the heat. If you put someone in an immediate bad situation, they fight and leave fast. But if you start off neutral and slowly make things bad, the person won't recognize it's gotten bad. Okay. I'm like, I feel like I have heard that. But I have not heard that in a long time, so I have not heard that. Is there an on-ramp? Sorry, I popped my jaw back in. I should not do that, it's gonna hurt my jaw. This car's gonna explode. One wrong move, this car is gone, dude. Oh, one wrong move. One wrong move, I almost set myself flying off of this bridge. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. How long have I been streaming? I guess I'll do a 5-hour stream today. He got blood on my window. Okay. Ooh, I really want to do one of these. I'm just very scared of them. I don't like being out at night. Further do I got? I'll just use it until the gas ran out. Frog is boiling water. Crabs in bucket are 2 metaphors that are animal centered. I remember pretty well. I remember the crab one. I vaguely remember the crab one. I don't know if I know any like animal based metaphors. I feel like I probably do. Oh! I looked at the song request and then drove the wrong way. I had to calmly get him up. Well, I obviously can ramp it through this. Okay, there we go. Okay. Same people who sing the song? Okay. I will cue it up when I stop driving. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Bulletin. Got anything pinned on your bulletin board today? But welcome, welcome. Oh no, please don't explode. I set my whole car on fire. Anyway, so where am I going? We're leaving that car because that's about to explode and make a lot of noise. Oh, I can jump pretty far. Oh, Crane, I wanted you to jump up on it. Dumbass. Cannot spell their name. I tried to press C again as if this was Genshin. I have not played Genshin in ages. Fair. I was like, what is their name again? Yeah. Understandable. Let's see what's happening in this Disney planning day. Mac and cheese cone. Interesting. Kiva is just using her brain. Yippee! Am I gonna have to fight a Nera? Another little guy? Why does she just sit in cars in random spots?
Kyle, finally. Do you have the data?
Yep.
She literally sits in random spots.
I can't wait to dig into it.
Great. Wait, why are we meeting here again?
I found a lead on another chimera.
Of course.
According to my information, you should find it somewhere in this factory. Be careful. It could be a trap. I'll be at the monastery. And don't forget to bring me a sample.
Got it. See you there.
Bye. She just ran over those two zombies, so I'll have you know. Don't hit my toes, please. Can I climb on these? A cement plant? This is a cement plant? I should really go explore. Ooh. What if I go explore for a little bit first and then we go fight it? Oh my god, this place is disgusting. This would be horrible. I want to kill it. No, Crane, what did you do? That's concrete, baby. I fucking love that stupid meme. So how do I get into this building? I'm just climbing all over it. At this point, I'll just fall into the roof. Wahoo! Ew, it was that place. Let's see, let's do a little walk around. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Making my way through, excuse me, pardon me. Just walking, staring. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Excusez-moi. Oh, can we go through this little ramp? Do we think we can go through this ramp? Crane, I want to end this. Ah, yes we can. This bitch isn't cement From Jenna Marbles? I feel like, I don't know, I saw this one internet picture meme. That sounds so stupid the way I put it. Investigate the interior. Oh. Ow, meow, meow, meow. Oh, oh. Oh.
What the hell?
Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Bring my screw. Oh. I don't know why that was my reaction. She scared me. I don't even think I can use any. What the frick? What the fuck was that? Why does it cry like that? Oh my god. Oh. Sorry, that. Hi. Why did she just cry like that? Oh. Ow. Oh god, here. I'm so disgusted by this chick. Come here. Ah. Oh. Oh, oh, she's jumping after me. Whoa, that's a zombie. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's jumping after me. Come here. Please, I don't want to run out of this. I want to kill you with this. Oh my god, I can't kill her now. I want to kill her with this stupid freaking stupid ass. Just a normal mode. Oh no, it's one of these. Oh. Oh god. It's like the last chick that we killed, bro. She was fucking Naruto running all around that place. I didn't like the little crying she did and hearing the the volume for it. Oh, here we go. What's this chick give us? Oh. Oh, that's a giant frickin'. Ooh. I want this one. I'm sorry. I want to go flying in the sky and then we'll get two more and then... Okay.
Olivia.
They're not too hard to beat
down.
anymore. They're really easy to beat.
Did you grab my sample?
No.
Got it right here.
Great. Bring it to me. I should have some info from this disc by then.
Can I leave out through a normal door? I don't think so. Probably a speed boost. Look at how fast she is, bro. Yeah. Oh. We're waiting. The game has done that a couple times today. That's a little bit odd of it. Okay, no, you know what? I'm gonna let the game catch up. I don't know what the frick. I don't know what's been happening with it. It was never. It was never that bad before. But deal. Let's try that. Game, have you seen the dude, yeah! Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I may reset my settings. This seems drastically different in my eyes. I'm gonna fix what I just did. That's fine. Okay, okay. Dude, I think it was right when the price started going up. Jordy had sent a picture of how much the RAM was. I was like, what the fuck? It's so fucking expensive. All because I literally... And that is so disgusting. The fact that it's that expensive. Because it's like... I'm sorry, I just want a fucking computer. My AI can't... In the theory of if you want to use AI, I don't support it at all. I hate AI. I don't think it's good at all. Get rid of it. But like, even if you wanted to use that, if you wanted to make a computer or whatnot, guess what? You can't do it because they all took it. So now you can't even use that because you don't have a computer. Hello. What are we doing? I really want to do that. I'm gonna hit that and then we'll hit the monastery. Ooh, ice cream! Ice cream! Man, like computers were already expensive because graphic cards were already super expensive, bro. And now you're telling me RAM is expensive? What the freak? I feel like I need to stock up on random stuff now because it's just gonna get really pricey. But I don't need it right now. So it's like, why do I want to get this right now? I don't need it. Ooh. No, Crane. You almost had it. Like the other side. It's annoying because AI is killing the gaming industry. No RAM, so you can't buy more. Companies turn around and use AI to make games. No one can. Literally, that's why I'm like, in the long scheme, this is gonna be awful. Because even the pieces. Oh no! Even the people who like use AI for stuff and want to use it to create stuff. Okay, well you're not going to be able to do that now because you're not going to have RAM. What's happening here? Oh, like in the long run, it's gonna hinder a lot of normal people's, I don't know what the fuck that was, like day-to-day use, and then it's gonna be pointless. Like, I fucking hate AI. I fucking hate it. It's literally killing so many things. And I hate that. I really hate the people who are just like, oh, well, it's not harmful. Especially to do the silly little AI filters and whatnot. And like, I get it. But also, no. Like, don't feed into it. It's the same thing of what we were talking about of like... Whee! Oh my god. Sorry, zombie. Oh, hey, Anton. How are you? Oh, there was a car back there. It's the same thing with making things relevant and making things irrelevant. feeding into it, even if it's through the smallest things that aren't the super most harmful and aren't taking people's jobs, you know, okay, fair. But like, you feed it enough to make it popular where they're like, oh, so there is a demand. Like, no, there isn't. No, we don't want this. It turns around and causes too much pollution you pumped into the world. Yeah. One of the performers who works at Universal is the Grinch. But he was saying how he tore a father apart.
I'm getting close.
Oh my god, what's happening here?
See anything?
Yeah, gas.
Oh, Stinky.
Here.
Oh,
I'll handle
I was
it.
talking, Stinky. Wow. Bonk. Oh my god, that man's huge!
That voice. It's coming from nearby.
Hold on.
Be in one of those cabins. First the gas cylinders. Gotta secure the area.
Hold on. Yeah, we gotta secure the area, but I gotta take these out. The performer who was a Grinch tore apart a dad because he had a shirt that was like the art on it was AI, so he tore him apart. Like, no, we don't pollute the environment with this. Who's here, sir? Okay, can everybody calm down? How do I disable you? You stop it. Oh, F.
Alright, now the next one.
But yeah, it's just so disgusting. And to see that, like, because sometimes, like, say, like, prices of GPUs always go up and down depending on which one you want. The newest one's coming out. But I don't know, that's always seemed to be the issue with that.
Hopefully.
But, like, the fact that... Whoa. Ouchie. The fact that the price of RAM has gone to an atrocious amount, all because of that,
are you all right?
Is disgusting.
Oh my god.
It's not even like they just kind of like, oh, they're a little bit more expensive now. That is unpurchasable.
Thank you.
Take a deep breath. Calm down. What happened?
Those men, those soldiers, they beat me, locked me up in here. Wanted to kill me. You have to help me.
Okay, it's okay. You're safe now. My name's Kyle. What's yours?
Okay.
These are so cute. Oh.
My name's Lucy Brown.
Wow.
The Baron held me captive for 3 years.
Oh.
You've heard of him.
Yeah, let's just say the name rings a bell. Why'd he lock you up?
Forced me to work for him. I took advantage of my knowledge.
What kind of work?
I should listen to this.
As a doctor.
Oh.
As a doctor?
A doctor.
For the Baron? Meaning you worked in his lab?
I dared to finally say no to him. So he ordered me to be executed.
That's fair. I get what you mean by that.
That man wanted those monsters to devour me. He was testing that fucking gas. You gotta help me escape.
Okay.
Interesting tattoo you got there.
I don't know about the tattoo.
The Baron gave it to me. He marks his so-called workers. Treats them like animals.
Not just the workers. Lucy, I want you to take a good look at me.
I don't follow.
Recognize my face, maybe? Considering your medical career?
No. I'm sorry, I don't.
That was such a mean thing
Hold
to
up,
do.
you're a doctor? So what kind of medicine did you practice?
Please. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, well, I do.
Please.
Man,
talk, Lucy.
I was an experiment. It's okay.
I had to jab the subject. I mean, people. Inject all kinds of formulas. Observe their reactions. Write reports. God.
You worked for the Baron for 3 years. Maybe he forced you
She
to.
told because not only does
Maybe
it
he
fuck up the
didn't.
big corp profits, it's also fuck the
beg
companies
you.
because now they might be sued. You're so
3
right.
years.
Oh,
Listen, I
fighting
just
fire
want
with
this nightmare
fire.
to end. I want to get away, far away.
Mm-hmm. And what exactly do you want from me?
Need supplies.
I love you, Shailene. I probably will be ending somewhat soon. I don't know.
Nearby. They've got plenty
I want to
fuel
go
and
to the
rations
outside
there.
world for once.
Bet you'll also
But
find
go take a
things
nap. You're
useful for
sick.
you.
Go rest up. Make sure you
Fine.
eat and drink lots of water.
I'll see what I can do.
I love you.
I'll wait for you near that outpost. There's a house on the outskirts of town, not far from the gas station.
Okay, I'll see you there.
Oh my god, I haven't heard this in a while. Holy shit. Killed a lot of zombies here. God, learning to put my shoulders back is really such a pain. I really thought these little snack packets on the floor were, rocks. No, it's just sheer amount. Somebody needs my help. They don't need my help. Those are men with gun. Men with gun. Oh, I was like, what happened to this guy? I killed him. Oh. Man turned into a snack packet before. I got back. Snack packet? No more snack packets? Okay. Okay, bending things. Anything in here? Is this the main story quest that I'm doing? No, I'm on chain reaction. Map. Okay, she wants me to go back over there, so I'm gonna go back to monastery. Here's the monastery. I don't know, should I do full... I guess I should do a full 5-hour stream. Hello, random citizens. Scooting on past, don't worry about me. Don't worry about a single thing.
Ever heard of a Lucy Brown?
No, don't think so.
Blonde, green eyes, kind of short. She was one of the Baron's scientists. Involuntarily, she claims. The Baron's men tried to kill her. In quite a twisted way.
What exactly did she do?
She told the Baron no, and he ordered her execution.
That's
now she wants me to
crazy.
help her escape. Said she'd wait for me in some little house near the gas station.
Will you?
Oh.
Because I'm not sure if I would.
Look, if she's telling the truth, she's as much a victim of the Baron as we are.
If.
Okay, so I mean, when do you think you want? What's happening with this game today? Okay. We do this. She has
Olivia,
a
I'm
butt.
back.
Hey, Kyle. You've got to see this. You won't believe what I found.
What?
I've been combing through historical data, and it looks like the military used gas against the infected before. One was called Blue Mist, and it worked like a sedative.
Yeah, I think I remember that from back in Haran. There was this cult there that the infected wouldn't attack, and turned out they were using some kind of military-grade gas.
The Baron has since made some advancements. He developed a red gas that provokes unbridled fury.
Like waving a red cape in front of a bull.
Exactly. That's how you lured that chimera from the forest to the scrapyard.
Well, if the Baron can
What a
trigger that
potential
kind of blind
gift,
rage and
okay.
flame it at whoever's pissing him off, that could make for a pretty effective
What you
weapon.
got? What's the question?
There's something else.
What? What's wrong?
I discovered the identity of the scientist who did that initial research.
Oh.
It was my father.
What?
He was in Haran, right at the start of the outbreak.
Yeah, so was I.
I know.
Oh, okay.
You're kind of famous.
Focus on thriving.
Where's your dad now?
Dead? Still working
I'm
for the
sorry.
Baron?
I didn't mean to...
He's with the Baron.
Oh, okay, he's still alive.
So he works for him?
Not voluntarily. Slave labor. Same as me.
Hey, funky bitch.
He brought me with him when Haran fell.
I lost a lot of good people I cared about there.
Oh my god. Hi, Haunted.
People.
That was...
When you said you
what a
wanted
way
me
to
get
come
you
in.
out of here, were you talking about your father, too?
I was hoping. But to do that...
We have to kill the Baron.
Bam, 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 bam.
Let's just hope Camilo comes
Love
through
you,
with
I
something
love
we
you
can use
too.
to
I
take
hope
that
you're doing
bastard
well
down.
today.
Let's hope so.
I really want to see how these headphones fit.
Good luck, Kyle. I'll let you know if I find anything else.
Like how? How the... It spoke to me. Sorry. The headphones spoke to me. I've never had headphones like that. I'm not gonna lie, I really want to do this. Feeling better than earlier. Okay, that's good. We take that. We take the small wins. What is that? Oh, that's that. Let's see. 1719. And a nat 1. That's for earlier. The rest of it, very good. You're doing amazing now. Super good. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm the winner. Yay. I got the headphones. I have gotten the headphones. I need to stop. I need to stop talking like Alan. 4+ hours of Minecraft. Oh wait, Minecraft YouTuber. Honestly, that's always very nice. Oh, who needs help? There's a little blue dot. Who needs help? Oh, down there. Is that help survivor? No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. Fuck. Oh, wait.
Don't mind, no guy.
Ankles. Dead. Ankles. Ow. Ankles. Yeah. Ankles. What's your new strat? Ankles. Ankles is the strat. Oh, okay. Hermitcraft. That's nice, though. Cookies! Dude, he gave me cookies. I assume that's your friend, and he's fucking dead. Hey, big guy. I don't want your thing. Do I? It's a two-handed weapon, though. I do like my small ones. Most recently, do you have a favorite quote? I mean, what type of quote? I used to have this... I don't know. I have quotes on my desk right now. But, like, there's different types of quotes. There's the funny ones, which... The funny one right now, the stupid... She temporarily blinded me. Nah, bitch, you blind forever. It's really fucking funny, and I love that. But that's just, like, a current jingle in the head. Was that a laser? That was not a laser. Where am I going? Okay. I always love the memento mori. That is one of my favorite little lines. Favorite little things. Courtesy to Unis Honest. Did anybody watch the Unis Honest anniversary stream this year? That was really fun. I think I had to stop midway through. Oh yeah, because it's when I first tried to film my audition. Is there a car anywhere? A car! Just what I needed. Okay, now I can get in fast enough. Drive! Ooh, I slid. Any inspirational anything? Memento Mori is the one I always use. Technically, Mihoi Minoi, definitely up there. And that's just because that's stupid. Ooh, I haven't done that one. I probably should. I'll go back there eventually. Oh my god, I saw some really bad drivers on the road the other day. Oh my god, don't do that to me, Lydia.
We need to talk.
God, I don't like that. I see why Crane does not like that. I don't like that. Puts pans into a panic. That's so funny. Pants put pants into a panic. That feels like a tongue twister in a way. C'est la vie? C'est la vie is a good one. C'est la vie is a very good one. There's a Spanish one, this goddamn, where is he jumping to? I'm just trying to drive, okay? Que sera será? That is a Spanish quadraila. Mexican little quote. That car's flipped. That's concrete, baby. Que sera será? Where am I going to? Oh, I guess it detoured me to that. Oh, well, I guess hers is there. Chain request. Let's go to this one really quick. Whoa. Limited press, I say limited, I can hold somewhat of conversation. That is fair. That's not bad, though.
Did that Lucy happen to have an arm tattoo?
Yeah. Why?
And she'll be waiting for you near the gas station, right?
Right, but what's with the questions?
Never mind.
What? You can't just ask that. Get out of the car. I forget how to get out of the car. I don't want my car to explode. So, we're leaving it. Favorite words?
Now I just need to find the supplies and the fuel.
Okay, this is gonna be very... Oh, there is a cat in my room. Hello. Amori came from long before Unisanis. Oh yeah, I know. That's why I said in courtesy of Unisanis, because bringing it back up. Because that's what brought my love to it much more. Come here. Come here. That's you. Want to speak to them? Did you just wake up? Ella just woke up. Okay, let me go deliver her. Okay. 4. Ooh, ethereal is a good one. I love it's gonna be so simple. It's just because it's French. But comme ci comme ça. That tickles my brain. Oh no, there's another word that tickles my brain, but I don't remember it. It's not like a common word that I use. Oh my god. Ankles. Ankles. Tactic make it. Tactic make it. Oh, he's dead. Oh. Who hit my butt? Sync 5 explosions. Ankles. 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 Oh, that's a bomb. Ankles. Ankles. Yeah. Yellow.
Should come in useful.
Oh. And fuel? Where am I taking this? Oh, I'm putting it into the car. Favorite quotes is the knight in shining armor is a man who's never had his metal truly tested. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, any favorite words? Else in here? No, I guess I'll take that. Gotta loot you. Gotta loot you. Gotta loot you. Gonna turn. Oh! Destroy that hay bale. So sorry. That's somebody's weapon? Oh my god.
I feel like the vibe, but instead of stealing names, I steal good quotes and good words.
I hated how that pronounced that, but
all right.
That is very true. Just collecting them all. As you should, honestly. I love collecting a good bunch of quotes. Oh, I guess I could have just walked in. Shuffle. What happened to the chick?
Everything.
Kyle?
Yeah.
I'll go get Lucy and help her myself. Don't bother coming.
Oh, what do you mean?
Just don't fucking go there, okay?
She's the one who injected her.
What are you gonna do? Selby?
She infected her. She definitely was the scientist assigned to her. Oh no! Oh, we're in a timed event. We're driving. We're driving as fast as we can. It shouldn't be too far. Okay, should be right there. I drive faster, car. Right, Lucy. This is the road. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, fucking move, crane. I'm searching around this whole fucking house and they're right there.
Don't do anything dumb. Drop the weapon.
She's the one who experimented on us. I remember that fucking tattoo.
Yep.
Damn bitch.
I got so strange.
The Baron made me do it.
Made you do shit. I saw how much fun you had, how you gave out orders.
Is that true?
Ooh.
I just did my job. I didn't realize it would be like that. There's so many people. He deceived me.
Sure.
Headstone when I die?
Poor
Ooh,
Rich
what
didn't
quote?
have a clue, yet somehow she tortured us year after fucking year.
God. I'm so sorry. For everything.
She experimented on you too. Bet she remembers you. Ask her.
So you do remember me?
Yes.
Why'd you lie?
Was afraid what you'd do to me.
That's fair.
My best friend Michael died because of her.
Hi,
right in front of
Nikki.
me.
Yes, you can.
Suffered
Yes, you can,
for
Nikki.
2 days.
My wives are allowed to
Kill you.
make that joke at any point.
Baron forced me to.
Stop fucking saying that! Kyle, she's lying. Rather than get out of there, she tortured people for years.
Okay, but there's a case now
out.
with a lot of
you help me.
because even Olivia's dad is being forced to work. She's probably a bitch, but
Selby, look at me. Selby!
What?
Lower the weapon.
She's lying. She did it willingly.
Selby, don't. You're better than this. This is what the Baron would do.
What the
back of the BZ.
Lower the gun, Selby.
Why'd you go like
fuck?
Thank you.
And spare me your gratitude. Just get in the car and get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
She deserves to be dead.
Okay,
Got
them
enough
do.
dead around here already.
You screwed up, Kyle. Big time.
If that's what you think.
Uh-huh. Go away.
Is she gonna hate me now?
If that's what you want.
God, I hate these people. Oh, she's gonna be so mad at me. I'll leave her a car. Anyways, Nikki, how is packing up going? Click. Oh, yes. Can you talk? I'll listen. Oh, that's really... Oh, no, you'll make me cry, Doc. I don't know why, but that association with the fact of, like, putting on headstone, and then for some reason it triggered my memory of Garrus and how he taught... Yeah. You said my little brain on a little spiral of Mass Effect. Oh my god. So today they were doing the floors and I didn't have space with my dogs in a row. Oh no. Did everything go well so far with the floors, Nikki? Kai, get some rest soon. What time is it? Ooh, I'm gonna take us back there and then we'll end stream. What a bitch. She's so mean. Bedroom on a Wednesday. Okay, so at least you have your own, like, piece for now. Ooh. Oh, sir, you decked your own man. It's a little bear. Oh, it's a little blushing bear. That one's cute. The little blushing bear is very cute. Oh, sorry. Oh, somebody hit my butt. Ankles. 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 Also means I'm sleeping in the living room tomorrow night. Nope, I feel that. That's what happened when we did the floors here. I slept in the living room. So I completely understand that, Nikki. Ew. Anything else or just bodies now? Your mother would say so. Your mother would be like, you ain't no. Your mother. I want lumpia again. I want lumpia. Can't get any good food for my work. Nikki, we need to hang out. You want to go shopping? When do you want to go shopping? Do you want to hang out? I want to hold your hand. I miss my friends. Okay, Lumpia, I'll come over and give you a big smooch. Me to make you cry? The one reason I wanted is because can do after I die? No, literally, I think that's why that was about to make me cry, Doc, because it's that, like, that's very sweet, and I love that, and I think it just reminded me of Garrus, of just sitting around the bar and being able to talk with him. Type shit. That's suspicious. I don't know why my brain went to that, Doc. But that is still very sweet, and I really like that. Anything for my wife. Anything for my wife. Oh.
You brought back something I thought was MIA. Hope.
Oh. No, she just lives in a different city.
As if there weren't enough arseholes to listen to.
It's me, petty me. I wonder if Selby's here. I wonder if she's mad. Hold on. Ma'am, I'll talk to you in a second. Shopping? Just let me know. Yes, I always want to go. Are you mad at me?
That's the only thing.
Sorry. You immediately go right up to her. Are you mad at me? In my schedule? Yes, I have the Google Calendar.
Is even more promising than we thought.
Dude, I gotta update that too. I have not been updating it.
He believes we can enhance our telepathic abilities.
Oh.
To not just communicate, but to control.
Oh.
Emilio, perhaps you should explain.
Yes, sure.
Did y'all
I'll try.
hear that? I
It's a
remind
little
Sarah of
complicated.
Garrus. Kind
As
of,
you know,
you'll take that as a win.
Lydia and her people have unique abilities.
I'll take that as a freaking win.
Like telepathy.
Not just telepathy. It's much more.
Well,
At least
telepathy.
It could be. It goes beyond simple communication. With the proper enhancements,
Day-to-day, that's
Lydia
fair.
could connect directly with the mind of a non-sentient infected.
I'm telling
and
you,
activate
you should have put me on the
specific areas of
team for
brain.
the day
And why would she
and
want to
taken
do
me
that?
into medieval ties with your work.
Your average biter operates strictly on instinct, driven by hunger. Imagine if you could redirect that hunger towards prey of your own choosing.
You're talking about controlling the infected.
Yes, I believe
That's
it's
a
very
crazy
possible.
thought.
The Baron has no idea of the strides I've made. With Lydia and her people, I have the perfect opportunity to prove my theory.
I love you
You
on my
could
grave.
create
I
an
think that's
undead
cute.
army.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but yes, the possibilities are endless. However, we need your help.
My help.
You're making
I got a
bioorganic
D in
weapons.
high school chemistry.
I need certain rare substances to create the proper infusion. They are located in a very
That'd be
dangerous
crazy.
area.
Well, you are haunted.
Okay.
You're in the void.
How dangerous?
In a volatile
It is definitely years away.
Wow. Okay. You know, dealing with volatiles is no walk in the park, right?
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't critical, Kyle.
You gotta
it's
leave
your
like a
call.
sticky note on your grave. That'll be the
Well, what do you
translation
need?
just for Doc.
We need a sample of volatile plasma. Preferably from its larva.
Okay, that's crazy. But well, if that's what you need, fine. I'll get that sample for you.
3.
What? What?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it is
every
the French
sample will
version of
contain
it is
the
what it
correct
is. C'est
protein.
la vie. So be it.
So, just to be sure,
Type
you're
shit.
going to need 3. Each from a different creature.
That's
you got
like
any more
mine.
levels of difficulty, Doc? Like, should I do it blindfolded? How about backwards?
Forwards is fine.
All right. I'll get your damn samples. I assume you have some particular nest in mind?
Yes.
Oh, I have to
can
go to
point
one
you
of the
one.
nest. That's que sera sera is my favorite Spanish quote, and it's kind of the same thing. What will be will be.
After the incident, the Baron was stricken.
Que sera sera. Since I'm inside in a safe place, I think this is an appropriate spot to end the game. Oh. A sign of love. I'm just gonna pin that the next time I come in. Actually, let me just I'll put myself in front of her. Oh, her.
Expectations he set. I still managed to make.
They might just put me right there. So we're gonna do this. Weird video game quote that pops up randomly. Oh. Also, Doc, you said you had a question. I don't know if you had already asked it in the process of everything. Just in case. It's down world. I can't hear. Something is wrong with my ears. Video game quotes are very good. I think the sound of the game going away. Oh, okay. Oh. My friend's having a birthday party, but so many people canceled. But we're doing an escape room, and it's gonna be fun. So I am definitely calling off work to go to that. To go back to Skyrim, I miss it. Dude, it's not Skyrim, it's Oblivion, but it's just that nee 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 nee. I love that one. Can't escape God. Expect God to do all the work. Joshua. There was a stupid quote last night that was thrown around in the room that I'm like, God. I told Nikki, I was like, God, of course it's Jesus. Like, damn, maybe Jesus was right. If you don't ask for it, you won't get it. And I was like, damn, maybe Jesus was right. Fallout New Vegas DLC. Oh, I like that. I really like that. Can't expect him to do all the work. Maybe he's right. You know, he's right. Okay. I forgot I have little Astarion. Okay. I have so many messages, actually. Let us see. Sorry, Romy. Getting moved. Here? I see it more as a, hey, we can't just pray and hope we'll do it. Sometimes I get it. Yeah, it's just kind of like that you can't expect to just happen. If you want it, you got to put the work in, which is something I'm learning with acting and whatnot, but sometimes I don't want to put the work in. Not because I don't want it and I don't want to do the work, but I'm just a little scared baby, and I'm like, somebody help. I'll do the work, but somebody needs to explain it to me. I don't know if anybody online I want to raid. Do. Bow, 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 boo doo. Wow. Nope. Nobody online today that I wish to raid. So we will just leave. What is these little things? I can drag to moderate? Oh, didn't know that. I haven't seen that screen in a while. Okay. So I will just say goodbye. No stream tomorrow. I will post some stuff because me and Kev are gonna go see. Yeah, Belos is live, but I don't. He's playing Night Rain, and I don't want to see the stuff in Night Rain. So I'm like, okay, it's fine. I do love Belos. The TikTok that I'm gonna post tomorrow has Belos in it because it's from Peak. Team, yes. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good night. Have a good day. What was I going to say? Oh, me and Kev are seeing the 20-Side Tavern. I believe that's what it's called. Wait, hold on. I have Kev's messages right here. That's my schedule. Yeah. The 20-Sided Tavern. We're going to see that tomorrow with 3 special guests, and I'm very excited about that. It's 3 different voice actors and a D&D DM. I was like, what is it? I said D&D. I was like, no, it's a DM from D&D. She's great. I'm very excited. So we'll post stuff about that. But yes, other than that, please enjoy the rest of the day. I will be back on Wednesday. We're going to play a different horror game on Wednesday because it's a new one that came out and it's very... I really want to play it. I need to download it. So I'm going to do that after stream. But I love you all. Please take care. Let's see. I'm going to say bye-bye from here. Please take care. Stay hydrated. Stay well, everybody. I love you all. When will you play Egg? I should play Egg soon. Maybe I'll play it during the holiday weeks. Because I will have no energy. But I love you. Just for me, baby Gree. Of course, baby Gru. But I love you all. Stay safe, stay hydrated and everything. And I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye-bye.